watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you and welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Things are off to a busy start today, and we appreciate you joining us. You are certainly in the right place where we will keep you up to date on everything going on today. And let's start by giving you a live look at the White House. The Brady briefing room, where any minute now we expect to hear from Vice President JD Vance, who is expected to speak and also take questions from the White House press corps. This coming after President Trump yesterday at the Palace of Versailles in Paris, signing a framework for a deal with Iran. There will no doubt be a lot of questions about that because there have been already a lot of questions and controversies that have come up from some of the language of that deal. And so we will bring you that briefing live when it gets underway. A couple of other things I want to show you live right now. A virtual press briefing being held by the spiritual advisor for Dusty Ray Spencer, who is a 74-year-old currently on death row and has been for a while, who was convicted of beating and stabbing his wife to death in front of their teenage son. Advocates arguing that he should not be put to death. His execution scheduled for next week, but you're going to hear from his spiritual advisor and some others saying he is old, he's in ill health, he has changed, and he does not deserve to be put to death. So we'll be keeping an eye on that today as well. Let me also give you a live look at something that is happening live right now in Tallahassee, in Miami, where Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins is one of several state leaders taking part in a hurricane season preparedness roundtable that is going on live right now. Again, this is at FIU. We see Kevin Guthrie, who is there as well, who is the Division of Emergency Management Executive Director, talking about hurricane preparedness. It looks like they may be taking questions right now, so we may listen into this, but I do at least want to give you a live look here as we are continuing to track the New York Knicks championship parade as well, going through the streets of New York City right now. So many folks are lining the streets for that. This is live coverage courtesy WNYW, and they are celebrating the Knicks' first championship since 1973. So that's a lot of excitement. The town has been celebrating for days now, and culminating in this championship parade through the streets of New York City. So we'll have more coverage for you of that coming up in a little bit as well. Right now, though, I do want to get you to back to Miami, where we are hearing from Kevin Guthrie answering some questions about hurricane preparedness live right now in Miami.
Not been told to stand down, so we are still in a posture to receive detainees. Again, if that's what the Department of Homeland Security wants to do, if they want to use that as a transition facility, the governor has certainly talked about utilizing it as a potential transition facility because of the airport capability to feed into other facilities like Chrome, for example. So again, we stand by and await further instructions on what to do with that facility. As far and I'm sorry,
yeah, you're good.
As far as will we utilize that in hurricane season? That airport, and I believe there was a state statute passed this last year that any airport in the state of Florida can actually be used as some type of staging area by the state Division of Emergency Management to include the Collier Dade Transition Airport.
Well, and what you're hearing there is exactly what I was talking about. It's fusion. It's the federal government, the state, and the local government building off of each other. That's why we did what we did. It's collaborative. And, we'll continue to work together on those issues. So I appreciate your question. Next question.
Yeah, so again, some of the vendors that actually erected those tents are sitting at this table. The structures themselves, the I-beam structures, the soft-sided structures can withstand up to 74 mile an hour winds. That is a tropical storm, Cat 1 hurricane. I will tell you this, and it was, I'll even go back to Secretary Noem. I don't speak for her, but Secretary Noem, Secretary Mullen, there was never, ever an intent to leave individuals at that facility, even in a tropical storm. We were going to evacuate. We had evacuation plans. Everybody wanted to know exactly how that's going to happen. I'm going to tell you right now, I am not going to tell people how we're going to move detainees. People that are in federal custody, I'm not going to tell you how we're going to do that. I'll tell you the strategy is a compression and relocation. High level, compress other state facilities, relocate from one facility to another facility, but I'm not going to tell you what those facilities are. We actually had to effectuate an evacuation for a fire that happened 3.5 miles north of that facility. We started effectuating that plan. We were in the process of moving well over 250 individuals, and then the fire changed direction. The Florida Forest Service got in there and got that fire put out, and we did not have to completely effectuate the plan. So we actually had a dry run of actually doing the evacuation, and we were going to be successful at that. So again, we have a plan. There's an evacuation plan. And again, yes, that is rated up to 74 miles an hour. However, it was never, ever the intent, even if a tropical storm was going to be heading in that direction at 35, 40, 45 miles an hour, we were going to evacuate that facility.
Well, and Kevin, just to piggyback on that, we're very good at what we do in Florida. Kevin Guthrie and his team are the best at what they do in the United States of America. Here in Florida, we take people's safety incredibly serious. We do. And that includes detainees. There's responsibility. And with responsibility comes accountability. We understand that, and we take that serious. That will never be in question under Governor DeSantis' watch, certainly with Kevin Guthrie or myself. Next question. All right. Well, thank you all for being here. Thank you. God bless, and have a safe day, all right?
Thank you.
That roundtable discussion wrapping up. A couple of questions about Alligator Alcatraz as well for the Lieutenant Governor and the Division of Emergency Management Executive Director. We are going to go ahead and take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus. We still have much more to come, including that White House press briefing coming up shortly. So we will be right back.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Let me give you a live look right now. We are still standing by and waiting for Vice President JD Vance any minute now, who is going to lead a White House press briefing. No doubt lots of questions about the deal with Iran. We will get you there as soon as it begins. Right now, though, I want to listen in on this live virtual news conference where we're hearing from folks speaking in support of Dusty Ray Spencer, who is on death row right now. His execution scheduled for next week. These are some advocates and those who have communicated with him over the years, speaking and explaining their position as to why they believe he should not be put to death at this point. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
And in every letter he writes to me, he asks about my family, loves fishing. He wishes he were out on my pontoon boat with me. And he prays for all of us, for every one of us. Now, Dusty's also had other challenges, though, because he's in the demographic group in which he's about my age, in which he should have been tested for hepatitis C. Unfortunately, he was tested late. And even though he was shown to be positive for hepatitis C, his treatment was delayed. And there's some concerns as to whether or not he received adequate treatment. As a consequence of that, even though Dusty's my age, and every now and then we joke about the fact that getting older is the real deal, in spite of that, Dusty's aging faster than me. He has brain fog. He complains about short-term memory issues. He's kind of grumpy, the get off my lawn kind of mentality, which you can't, of course, use in a prison. But he's upset that the prison guard yells at him because he didn't fold his blanket right. He's got the same frailties that all of us have getting older, but in his case, they're accelerated by these additional health issues. And when we look at this, I look at a man who's every day got a prayer life that begins with reading Our Daily Bread, that's followed by Bible study, that's one in which he hopes to link up with his few contacts in the world, because they're his links to humanity. And I think if he is to be executed, our own humanity for each one of us will be diminished just a little bit, because it means we're admitting we're part of a society that would kill somebody, that would execute a person. In spite of their many changes, he's not the same person that killed Karen Spencer in 1992. He's a transformed man. He's different. He deserves to live. That's my profile on Dusty Spencer, and I thank you for the chance to share it.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rogers. We really appreciate you making the time to be here with us this morning. Next, I wanted to introduce to you all Wendy Ramage, who Wendy works for the Execution Intervention Project, our larger outfit that does a lot of this work, and she is someone who has engaged Dusty for a short amount of time, 6 to 8 months, and yet can speak to who he is, I guess, in the last 6 to 8 months, but also who he is in the latter stages of his life. So, Wendy, thank you for being with us, and have at it, my friend.
Thank you for having me. Hello, everybody. As Jeff said, I'm Wendy Ramage, Wendy, last name Ramage. And I wanted really just to read some things that I wrote down about Dusty. And I'm hoping that it guides me so I don't start sobbing. But I just am so grateful for this opportunity to tell you about my precious friend, Dusty Ray Spencer. Dusty is a person who has touched my life through his sweetness and thoughtful and gentle spirit. He once described to me in such eloquent and beautiful language all the detail he could envision about every tree that God has created and exactly what it would be like to walk among those trees in heaven. This is something that he has imagined over and over. And I'm in California, so he made sure to tell me that redwoods are indeed his favorite tree. And following these, what sound like simple exchanges, I have been profoundly different. I don't see trees in the same way. Every time I even have an opportunity to view a tree, I am overcome with their glory, and I recognize that it's a gift to get to see them. And that is thanks to Dusty that I have that perspective now. The state of Florida is planning to kill my dear friend, who is a 74-year-old defenseless human being. Dusty poses no threat to anyone. His death won't bring back his victim, Karen, nor erase immeasurable trauma endured as a result of her murder. Executing Dusty is senseless. We achieve nothing but increasing the number of those who will suffer as a result of his death. Governor DeSantis, I beg you, choose mercy. Mercy for my friend, Dusty, and mercy for all of us who love him. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Wendy. We really appreciate it.
So that virtual news conference continuing live right now. We are also still standing by for the White House press briefing. We should note that as you hear more about their correspondence between themselves and Dusty Ray Spencer, and he's been on death row for decades now, convicted of this brutal killing back in 1992, accused of beating and killing his wife, coming about a month after he was previously arrested for allegedly choking and threatening to kill her. Again, he was convicted of first-degree murder and is set to be put to death next week. He has appealed that, but barring anything else, then he will be put to death on June 25th at Florida State Prison. But again, these advocates today arguing that he should not be because of his age, because they say he has changed, and they're making their arguments and their appeals here to the public as the process continues to play out in court. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning live on Fox Local YouTube and on Facebook. Let me give you a live look right now. We are watching the New York Knicks parade happening through the streets of New York City. You see Jalen Brunson holding the finals trophy as he walks through the streets. Let's go ahead and listen in for a few minutes to the sights and sounds. Quite the scene there. We saw Knicks superfans Spike Lee, Ben Stiller, part of this parade as well. It is quite the scene through the streets of New York City as they celebrate the first Knicks NBA championship since 1973. We'll keep monitoring this, taking some live looks here and there. Again, you see confetti flying and just a celebratory atmosphere as they celebrate the Knicks winning the NBA Finals. Meanwhile, coming up a little bit later, someone on the losing side of that would be San Antonio Spurs assistant coach Sean Sweeney, going to be introduced here in Orlando this afternoon as the new Magic head coach. That news conference scheduled for 1 o'clock, and we will bring that to you live right here on Fox Local. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, the big story today is heat.
It is heat advisory in effect. First one of the season, Garrett. And when Florida declares a heat advisory, you know it's going to be especially hot. Last couple of days have been brutal. We've had highs in the middle and upper 90s, and we're going to see much the same today. A little relief at the beach because the wind is offshore. No sea breeze, just hot, and there's not even any waves. Look at that, all the way down to South Florida, heat advisories. Heat advisories now extended all the way into Jacksonville, which earlier they were not. So it's almost the whole state. Orlando obviously included. So let's talk temperatures. We're going to see a high today of 97 in Orlando. That heat advisory from 11 until 7. So if you're working outside this afternoon, whether it's professionally working, you know, you're on a crew, or maybe you're just doing some gardening, or you're training for a marathon, you really got to build in some breaks. Take some time, jump into the crew cab, cool off in the AC, drink some water. I mean, you know the scoop, but it's going to be one of those days where if you don't listen to your body, you could actually start to feel the impacts. I mean, it's going to feel, the feels like temps 111 in Titusville. So it's not a matter of how tough you are. It's just it's a fact that your sweat doesn't evaporate as efficiently at this level of heat. And so your body temperature goes up because your body has no method of cooling itself down. So, I mean, you could be the most seasoned Floridian with the most plasma platelets to help express the heat from your system. You know, up at high altitude, you get more white blood cell counts to add more oxygen in a low oxygen environment. Well, down here in the heat, you get more plasma that helps to express the heat away from your body and through your skin. But anyway, I digress. Even if you're the most seasoned Floridian, 111 to 111. And if you're out there working, wearing a construction helmet, you know, what have you, maybe you're a motorcycle unit, police officer, wearing a vest and a black black uniform. It'll catch up to you. So take breaks. 91 at noon, 97 at 4. Feels like temp about 107 to 108. By the way, there will be a rain chance today. This kicks in during the afternoon, probably after 2 o'clock. So we'll start to see the first of that action close to 2 in Putnam and Alachua, Marion counties, up around Gainesville and Ocala. And then we're going to see in Palatka as well. Then we're going to see this move eastward towards Salt Springs and Orlando and Sanford by 4. And then as we head toward commute time, that's when the storm chances will become most likely in Orlando between 5 and 7. Bithlo, Oviedo, Chuliota, Geneva, New Smyrna down through St. Cloud by 8. And then it looks like the axis of this will head into Melbourne, Cocoa Beach around 10 o'clock. So dinner time to bedtime. It's going to rain. Now for tomorrow, there is a
rain, severe storm threat on the way for tomorrow. We'll check back in with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner later as he tracks that moisture from Tropical Storm Arthur moving through the region. But I want to get you live right now to JD Vance, who just walked to the podium and the White House press briefing room. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Military side, the Iranians for the second night in a row did not shoot at any ships in the Strait of Hormuz. So far, they are honoring their end of the commitment. And on the blockade, CENTCOM has allowed north of a dozen ships to go through our naval blockade, and so we're also honoring our end of the early part of the agreement. On the military side, a couple of things that are still true and will be true whether the Iranians comply with the rest of the deal or not. Number one, their nuclear program has been completely destroyed. Their capacity for enrichment, the facilities at which they were using to develop enrichment and develop a potential nuclear weapon, those facilities are still destroyed. Their conventional military is still destroyed. Their capacity to threaten their neighbors is still largely gone. And now we see whether they are willing to comply with the next step of the president's peace plan. As you all know, the part of the peace plan, the part of this MOU that I think have been most misrepresented by certain parts of the media is the idea that the Iranians get all these benefits. You will hear things about $300 billion or $24 billion or this or that number of money or amount of money. And the simple fact is that the only way the Iranians get any of those resources, not a single penny, by the way, from the United States of America under any circumstances, but the only way that they would ever get any benefit of the bargain is if they comply fully and change their behavior. And so you really have a win-win situation for the United States of America. If the Iranians don't change their behavior, their military and their nuclear program is still destroyed. If they do change their behavior, then they are going to have a transformative relationship with the Middle East, and the Middle East will have a transformative relationship with the people of Iran. That's a win for the American people and for the President of the United States, regardless of which option the Iranians ultimately choose. We obviously want them to choose the right option. The interesting thing about their system, and I think it's important for the American people to appreciate this point in particular, is that there are real divisions within their country about how exactly to proceed. And what we've seen over the last couple of months is that the pragmatists within the Iranian system, the people who really do want to transform their relationship with the Middle East and with the world, those people are winning the argument. The United States wants those people to win the argument. The United States wants to have a better relationship, but in order for that to happen, the Iranians have to perform. And if they don't perform, as we've said before, they don't get any of the benefits of the bargain. So what I'd ask all of you is just to report honestly that the United States isn't giving up a cent of money to Iran, and even the economic benefits, the sanctions relief and so forth that comes along with this bargain only happens if the Iranians perform. So with that, I want to say thanks to all of you. It's good to be with you this morning. And I'll kick it over to questions. Let's start right over here to the right.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I wanted to ask a follow-up on something you just mentioned. You talked about the possibility of the current Iranian leadership fundamentally changing their behavior. Do you think that the current Iranian leadership recognizes the leverage that the U.S. holds over itself economically and militarily enough to actually go forth with fundamentally changing their behavior over the long term and going about things differently?
So I certainly think they recognize the leverage that the United States has over them. We've seen that in a number of our conversations. We've seen that just in their behavior over the last couple of days. They certainly recognize that the United States has great leverage. Will that ultimately lead to a change in behavior? I don't know. I've seen skeptics of the deal. People say the Iranians will never change their behavior. Well, maybe that's true. And if so, they don't get any of the benefits of the bargain. But isn't it worth trying? Isn't it worth seeing whether this incredibly weakened position that the President of the United States has has put the Iranians under, whether that motivates them to change their behavior, not just vis-a-vis the West, but vis-a-vis the Middle East. And one of the interesting things about this is, the technical details of this we can, of course, get into. There are going to be any number of opinions about the negotiation, about where it's ultimately going to go. But I tend to think that you should trust the people who know the Iranians the best and who have the most to lose. What are the Gulf Arab states saying about this deal? What are they saying about this deal compared to the JCPOA in 2015? This is the Obama nuclear deal. Well, back then, they hated that deal. They felt like it empowered the Iranians to be bad actors across the region, and of course, that's exactly what happened. They were right about that. What are they saying about the president's peace deal? They're saying this is an amazingly transformative thing for the region because either way, we and the broader region win. Iran is weakened, their nuclear program destroyed, their economy in desperate straits, and if they change their behavior, big things are going to happen for Iran and for the world. If they don't, no skin off our backs. Either way, we win, and that's the way the president has set up this deal and this negotiation.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Just a quick housekeeping question, which I think you answered in your topper, but did the 60-day period officially begin yesterday?
I would say the 60-day period officially started today. It was signed late, and it may have even been signed technically, because of the time shift. I think it's signed technically today, Iran time. So, yes, the deal started yesterday. We're going to start the 60-day clock today. Go ahead.
Can you help us understand President Trump's shift on his stance for Iran's ballistic missile program? Initially, it was a key objective to dismantle it. Yesterday, he said it would only be fair if they had some, if the countries around Iran also had some. So when and why did that change? And will the final agreement have any restrictions on these missiles?
So we destroyed a substantial number of their ballistic missiles and their ballistic missile launchers themselves. It's not just the bullets, but it's the actual gun. And that's what we were extremely effective at in destroying during the last 3 months of the campaign. All the president said yesterday is that, of course, countries don't give up the right of self-defense. Israel doesn't give up the right of self-defense if Hezbollah fires rockets or drones at Israel. The Iranians don't give up the right of self-defense in their country, but we do expect that as part of the final deal, they are not going to be able to build the kind of missiles that can broadly threaten the entire world. And that's what the President of the United States said yesterday. And look, I mean, it's very simple. You can't tell a country, whether Israel or Iran, they're not allowed to have any self-defense. That's not what the president has asked. That's not what the president has requested. But as part of the final deal, what we want to see is Iran not funding regional instability, funding regional terrorism, and of course trying to rebuild their nuclear weapons program. That's the main thing. The nuclear weapons program is destroyed. It is gone. If the Iranians decided tomorrow to build a nuclear weapon, they simply don't have the capacity in order to do that. What we're trying to ensure is they don't rebuild that capacity, not just a year from now, 2 years from now, but many, many years from now, so that our children never have to worry about a state sponsor of terrorism having a nuclear weapon.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. You were just saying that you're hoping this deal would prevent Iran in the future from getting a nuclear weapon. But from what's been put out there of the MOU, I'm curious, how does the MOU reflect that in the future Iran will not, in fact, get a nuclear weapon? What's stopping them from down the road, to your point, rebuilding and restarting from where we were pre the war?
Well, number one, they would have to get a lot of money in order to rebuild a nuclear program. You're talking about billions and billions of nuclear infrastructure that the United States destroyed. In order for them to rebuild that program, they would have to get a lot of money. And we have them in an economic chokehold right now that we're not going to release until they fundamentally change their behavior. What would that look like? That would mean a real inspections regime. That would mean a real enforcement regime. As the MOU contemplates, that would mean the destruction of their enriched stockpile. All of these things are the sorts of steps you're going to take if you're serious about ending your nuclear weapons program. And that, again, is why I go back to this fundamental trade that's built into the deal. They need money to do anything. Their economy is in absolute dire straits. But in order for them to get any integration into the world economy, they're going to have to show us and verify for us that they are changing their behavior. And that's why the deal is set up in the way that it is. Go ahead.
President Trump said yesterday that he was going to blame you if the talks with Iran go sideways. Are you worried that he's going to make you the fall guy?
No, not at all. I mean, I think the president was joking, but as he often does. But no, I think, look, the entire team has worked very well on this, and we've got this thing to a very good place for the American people. Now, I have seen some progressive criticisms of me personally saying, what experience does the Vice President of the United States have with hostile, high-stakes negotiations? And I would point those progressive critics to the fact that just 2 days ago, I spent over an hour on The View. So I actually have great experience in very hostile negotiations, and I've used that. I mean, look, Joy Behar is way tougher than the Iranians, and she and I are best friends now. So we're going to get to a good place here. We're going to get to a good place. We're already at a good place. It's just a question of whether we can really get the icing on the top of fundamentally transforming Iran's relationship with the world. Go ahead.
Thank you. A couple of just timing questions. How soon, as the MOU lays out, can Iran start selling any of its oil that has sort of been impounded, right, with the blockade? And two, can you sort of explain the Lebanon component to the MOU and how that front works and the enforceability of it?
Yeah, so the Lebanon component, this is about regional peace, right? This is about regional peace. And what that means is we expect Hezbollah is not going to be firing rockets and firing drones at the Israelis. And we also expect that the Israelis are not going to be going wild in Lebanon, right? Both sides have to honor their end of the deal. Now, as you guys know, sometimes these ceasefires are a little messy. The President of the United States said this a couple of weeks ago, that a ceasefire in that region of the world just means they're shooting a little bit less at each other than they were before. What you've seen is radical progress in Lebanon, less shooting, less firing, but you're still going to have these little flare-ups from time to time, and that's just the sort of thing that we're going to have to manage through the diplomatic process. Secretary Rubio's been sort of the person on point. It's actually worked out extraordinarily well because we do have substantially less shooting, but it's going to be something we have to manage. And eventually what we want to see is the Lebanese government, the elected representatives of the people of Lebanon, who are able to police southern Lebanon so that Hezbollah has not taken over the country, the Israelis are not threatened, and then consequently the Israelis are not attacking southern Lebanon or Beirut either. That's the plan there. You asked about the Iranian oil. Look, one of the interesting things that you've seen is that the Iranians have been completely unable to sell oil, not because of sanctions, but because of the blockade. Fundamentally, the thing that we have done here, the original, what we give, what they give, is that we said we're going to lift the blockade, we're going to allow you to sell some of your oil, and they're going to open the Strait of Hormuz. We see that process starting to work already. It's going to take a little time before it picks up fully, but that's where we are today. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The MOU, just on the Strait, the MOU guarantees these 60 days of toll-free passage, but after that it is, of course, led to a regional dialogue with Oman and Iran deciding the future governance of the Strait. A senior U.S. official told us yesterday that they expect Iran to push aggressively on this, but also that Gulf states won't allow any kind of tolls. How strenuously will the U.S. fight to keep tolls out of the Strait and keep any fees away from the future Strait commercial traffic? And are you going to leave it to the Gulf states to kind of fight this battle?
Well, first of all, we believe international waterways should be free of tolls, and that's been our position. That's what you see, of course, in the 60 days of the MOU. And when you say it leaves it open, it doesn't really leave it open, except in the sense that, of course, the final negotiation is going to set the terms of what comes afterwards, right? You said, I think that it's the Omanis and the Iranians, but it's actually the MOU contemplates that the Omanis, the Iranians, and the Gulf Coast Coalition together will figure out a proper security framework for the Straits in the future. And what I mean by that is that we don't ever want this to happen again. Right? That's not about tolling. That's about ensuring that the Straits are never used as a choke point for the global economy ever again. It's frankly not what the Iranians want. It's not what the Omanis want. It's not what the GCC wants either. So what we're going to do, of course, working with our allies in the region, is to ensure that that is reflected in the final deal. And if that's not reflected in the final deal, there's not going to be a final deal. And that is, I keep coming back to this fundamental structural point of this negotiation, which is that we have all the cards. If the Iranians want the benefits of the bargain, they have to give us the things that are necessary to get those benefits. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
We'll do both. Okay. Both you guys. There's one in the white and then one in, orange, I think.
What about the pink?
I'm sorry? Okay. Maybe I'm colorblind. It looks more orange to me. I don't want to have a debate about that. Orange, pinkish. You go first, and then in front of you can go second.
President, thank you, Mr. Vice President. How does the points about granting some immediate waivers on sanctions, especially from the Treasury Department, how does that square with the Iran Nuclear Agreement Review Act? And are you planning on briefing Congress on this portion?
Yeah, so I talked to James Braid, our head of OLA. We do plan to brief Congress very soon. I believe that they got the formal copy of the signed document this morning, and if not, they're going to get it at some point later today. We are planning a briefing. I believe right now the House is out of session, the Senate is in session, though maybe I've reversed that. But we're going to ensure that the team briefs Congress and, of course, answers their questions. We've been doing that informally, of course, talking to a number of people in Congress just over the last week. We'll keep on doing that, and we'll have a formal briefing. I won't say exactly when that will be because it depends a little bit about session schedule. Your point about the sanctions is I'll go back to what I said earlier, which is really the choke point on Iranian oil was never the sanctions. We didn't see that as a major concession to the Iranians. Frankly, the Iranians didn't see that as a concession to them because what prevented them from selling oil was not the sanctions. They were selling plenty of oil without any discount because the sanctions were just fundamentally ineffective at that point. What the sanctions did do is move the Iranian financial system to sort of the shadow banking system. So by lifting the blockade, that's the significant thing that has changed. And by lifting the sanctions, we're actually going to be able to see a little bit where their financial system actually sends money and receives money. That's a real benefit to the American people. And that's really the only thing that has changed by the change in sanctions.
Does that require Congress from
Sorry, I forgot that part of the question. No, we don't think so. We actually have an opinion from OLC we feel quite confident about that, Congress does, there are certain things that require congressional approval. There are certain things that don't require congressional approval. We feel quite confident that we can temporarily lift those sanctions without going to Congress and seeking their approval on that.
Apparently, there's been reports coming out of Israel that Iran is already funneling oil money to Hezbollah even before this particular MOU was signed. And how exactly is the U.S. looking at this? If we're talking about behavior on part of Iran, October 7th happened, and if there's concern that perhaps Hezbollah could end up doing some sort of attack on that scale, then how exactly are we talking about the reaction from the United States if we're talking about perhaps a humongous scale attack that actually could happen? Are we waiting for that type of attack? I mean, what exactly is a scale here?
Sorry, you said what exactly is a scale?
Yeah, well, I mean, what type of attack would it take to actually get a reaction from the United States to say, okay, now we're actually going to start dropping bombs on Iran for having bad behavior?
Well, we don't want any scale of any attack. Any attack, whatever its scale, is unacceptable under this agreement. Now, you asked the question saying that oil money was flowing to Hezbollah before the MOU was signed, and it's one of the reasons why we are actually engaged in this process is to ensure that no money is flowing to Hezbollah. So it's interesting where people will say that the MOU is bad because the MOU produces consequences that were actually happening well before the MOU was signed. That's not a reflection on the MOU. That's a reflection of why we need the MOU to ensure that we have the regional peace and stability that we need. Now, what I would say to some of the critics of the deal that I've heard that will say, well, Iran's going to get all this benefit. I'll repeat what I've said, and I'm probably going to have to repeat it a number of times, is what is the benefit that the Iranians get that they didn't have before? And the answer is nothing. They don't get anything unless they change their behavior. If they change their behavior, that is a thing to celebrate. That's going to transform the Middle East for a generation. If they don't change their behavior, they don't get the benefit of the bargain. And I think, I got to be honest, I think fundamentally this idea that, and it's a misrepresentation of the MOU, this idea that the Iranians get all these benefits before the deal is actually consummated. The idea that they get benefits before they change their behavior is fundamentally a talking point that is issued by people who want the conflict to continue indefinitely, despite the fact that that's not good for the American people and it's not good for the region. Way in the back.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
All the way back in the red.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President. Red here, you mean? Are you red?
We'll do, okay, sorry.
Thank you. I'm wearing bright red.
So many
today.
people are wearing red. You can go first. Kara, right?
Thank you, Kara.
Okay, and then next after that.
Okay, great. Could you highlight the major differences between this deal and President Obama's deal in 2015 and why the administration believes that this deal is superior? And second, Mr. Vice President, President Trump has been vocal lately about his disapproval for Bibi Netanyahu's attacks on Lebanon. Has the administration spoken to Bibi Netanyahu directly about the president's concerns recently, and what is the feedback from Israel?
Yeah, so we speak to Bibi or speak to somebody in the Israeli government, just as we speak to the Gulf Coast Coalition, our regional partners, pretty much every day, at least at some high level of our government. Look, the president's been very clear. He does not withdraw from Israel. No one could withdraw from another country the right of self-defense. Israel has the right to defend itself. But fundamentally, the Israelis, just like everybody else, have to respect this peace process that is fundamentally good for them and good for the entire region. What the president has grown frustrated sometimes is that we seem to be right on the cusp of a major breakthrough in the agreement, and then all of a sudden there's a major explosion that goes off in a civilian population center in Beirut, and a lot of people who have nothing to do with Hezbollah lose their lives. That's not acceptable. That's the sort of thing that we've asked for closer coordination so that we ensure it doesn't happen. And our message to the Israelis, just as our message to everybody else, is fundamentally we want this peace process to be good for you. We do not want Hezbollah attacking Israel, but in order to ensure that happens, we have got to actually build the kind of regional framework that can cut off the money to Hezbollah, cut off Iranian support for Hezbollah, and also ensure that Lebanon's territorial sovereignty is respected by all parties. And the difference between the two agreements. So, first of all, the two big differences are not even in the substance of the deal itself, but something I said earlier are, number one, the Gulf Coast Coalition loves this deal because they think that it makes Iran weaker. They hated the Obama deal because they thought that it made Iran stronger. They know more about this, and they have more to lose than anybody, including the United States of America, so I trust their judgment. The second thing is where the deal came from. You have to remember, in 2015, Iran had built a sophisticated nuclear weapons program with a nuclear weapons stockpile. So the perspective that we came at as the United States was, you already have a really nice nuclear program, we're going to bribe you with American money in order to stop it. Our perspective and where we're coming at it is we already destroyed your nuclear program. And so if you promise and show verifiable pathways to not rebuild it, then we're willing to give you some sanctions relief and things like that. So it's a fundamentally different perspective. Now, there are all these substantive differences as well. The Obama nuclear deal allowed enrichment. Ours will not. The Obama deal allowed the accumulation of stockpiled weapons-grade material. Ours is actually leading to the destruction of that stockpile of enriched material. So there are many differences. The Obama deal gave them over $1 billion of American money. This deal gives them $0 of American money. So a lot of substantive differences, but I think the most important differences are where we're coming at it from a position of strength and the fact that our Gulf Coast partners love this deal. No, sorry. I said the other, all the way in the back. Thank you.
Margaret with the Daily Wire. The president has said that if Iran doesn't behave themselves, we're going to resume military action. So what is the red line for what Iran can do before they cross that red line and we do resume the military action?
Well, it's going to be a holistic approach where we look at their behavior. Are they funding terrorism? Are they leading to attacks of other people? Are they trying to get centrifuges to redevelop their nuclear weapons program? There are all these questions that we're going to ask about whether they've actually changed their behavior. Do they allow the inspectors in as they have promised that they would do, or do they refuse to allow those inspectors in? A whole host of things we're going to see. We're working towards a very successful resolution of this process, but again, it takes two to tango. And what the president's just saying is that we maintain economic, diplomatic, and military leverage that nobody else in the world has. So if the Iranians want to change, great. We're going to help them. If they don't change, we still got all the cards. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. In the blue jacket. Yep.
Right here. This one right here, Mr. Vice President.
That's a Navy jacket. Should we have a debate about the difference between blue and Navy? Not that guy, because you give a speech whenever you ask a question. I'm going to give her an opportunity.
Have you seen the Pope's reaction to this?
Hold on.
There's been a lot of frustration among
Guys, you're speaking over the person who's asking the question.
There's been a lot of frustrations with Americans, particularly about the gas prices. You touted the fact that they're coming down. The president has gone on True Social touting this. But when should they expect to see gas reach that $3 threshold?
Well, I'm not an economist, and I think even the economists would get this wrong, but the fact that you've seen gas come down about 65 cents a gallon on the national average, and the fact that you see oil prices that are basically close to where they were at the very beginning of the conflict, I think you're going to see a substantial reduction in gas prices. I'm not going to predict the exact price. If I was able to do that, I might be in a different business than politics. But we do think you're going to see significant relief at the pump on top of what we've already seen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. You keep saying that Iran will only reap economic rewards if they comply and change their behavior. But under this deal, they are being allowed now to sell their oil freely. Again, how is that not a financial benefit? And they're being allowed to do that without making any new concrete nuclear commitments. So can you explain how is that not lopsided?
Well, first of all, they've made very concrete nuclear commitments. They have committed to the destruction of the highly enriched stockpile that they have in their possession. But number two, all we've done is lift the blockade in the Straits of Hormuz. We basically returned it to where it was before the conflict. The blockade is off. We put that in after the conflict started. The straits are now open. That's not a new benefit to the Iranians. They were selling oil for many, many years, well before we ever put the blockade. We opposed that blockade. They stopped selling oil, and now we've lifted the blockade in order to promote the free flow of energy across the world. Go ahead.
A U.S. official described having secured some of these quote-unquote gentlemen's agreements with Iran on certain aspects of the negotiation. So when it comes to highly enriched uranium, can you walk us through what's been secured, even in these kind of gentlemen's agreements, on how exactly they're going to get rid of the stockpile? Are there agreements on low-grade enrichment? How long is the moratorium on enriching uranium for Iran? And are any of these gentlemen's agreements written down anywhere?
So some of them are written down, but fundamentally, whether they're written down or spoken, this is why we structured the deal that we did, because we don't trust words. We trust action, and we trust conduct. And so we're going to reward conduct, and we're not going to reward any words, whether they're written on a sheet of paper or not. There's a lot of discussion, the MOU, the gentlemen's agreements, the final deal. Words don't matter, ladies and gentlemen. We're about verification. And so what we're going to do is to say, if they do the things that they have promised to do, they have promised not to enrich. They have promised that they would allow inspectors in to destroy that highly enriched stockpile, and then of course it's not usable anymore, you take it somewhere else. They promised a number of things, and that's why the deal contemplates a number of benefits if they do those things. But it doesn't do anything if they don't actually meet those promises.
So just to be clear,
Go ahead.
Just to follow up on that, sir.
Go ahead.
If they don't follow through with their commitment, will the U.S. go back to imposing sanctions and the blockade, or does Iran get to keep some of the concessions that it has already secured?
Well, first of all, the sanctions are still on with the exception of the oil sanctions, which I talked about were no longer effective. The purpose of the oil sanctions is to drive down how much Iran is charging for a price for a barrel of oil. Those sanctions had stopped being effective. The blockade is what's effective. And again, that's the thing that has changed in accordance with them opening the Strait of Hormuz. No sanctions will come off unless they perform the benefit of the bargain, and every sanction will come back on. Like hypothetically. Let's say 2 years down the road, they've done what we need to see on the nuclear program, and we release the sanctions as the deal contemplates. Then they decide they're going to start rebuilding the nuclear program. Then, of course, those sanctions are going to come back on. And that's why it's really kind of like a dial. As they dial up their good behavior, we can dial up the economic relief. If they dial down their good behavior, we can turn it off. It's the good thing about having the leverage, and it's a good thing about being the United States of America, where we just fundamentally have so much influence in the world financial system. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Leader Thune said it's unrealistic to get the Save America Act passed by attaching it to FISA, which is what the president's looking for. Do you believe this is possible?
Well, why don't we try? Why don't we try and at least force people to vote against it? One of the things that sometimes frustrates me about the legislative process is that people will go into it saying, this isn't possible, therefore we're not even going to try. Well, let's actually see. Let's try it. And if it's not possible, then let the people put their name on it. This is also good for the American people. How many American senators know that the American people love the Save America Act because they believe in voter ID? But how many of those same senators don't want to vote for it because they know that the radical elements within their own party would punish them for it? Let people go on the record and actually answer to the American people, which is why I think we should do exactly as the president said. Rob. Rob.
Thank you very much. On Monday, we were told the MOU will be published within 48 hours. The president then said after Friday. You, I think, then said by Friday, and then it ended up being read out on a briefing call yesterday. We were told the MOU had been signed electronically on Sunday. There was an Axios report that it hadn't been. There's going to be a signing ceremony on Friday, and then it's signed at Versailles last night. Is what's going on behind the scenes as chaotic as your public messaging?
Well, I don't think our public messaging has been chaotic. I think dealing with a fractured Iranian system where communication isn't great is just sometimes something that we don't fully appreciate or we don't fully understand. What really happened here is that we did sign the MOU on Sunday. That locked into the terms of the deal. What the Iranians came to us and said is, we'd like not to release the text until Friday. I don't really understand that. I wanted to get the text out immediately, but in order to be accommodating to them, we said, sure, okay, we'll wait until Friday. And then what happened over Monday, Tuesday, the president was in G7, maybe foreign leaders were talking to the Iranians and encouraging them to do that. We were definitely saying to them, we understand your desire not to have the text out until Friday, but we live in a democratic system. The American people want to see the text of this deal. We would certainly like to get it out as soon as possible. And so they came up with having their president sign it, our president sign it, and then just releasing the text as a signed document immediately at that point. I do wonder, Rob, this is pure conjecture, I'm just guessing at this. I wonder if part of it is that they wanted to have a Persian translation, a Farsi translation that they felt good about. And then, of course, once they translate it into Farsi, our State Department has to confirm that the Farsi translation matches the meaning of the English. I think that is part of what was going on here. But the text is out there now. We said that we would be transparent about it. But the reason why it went back and forth a little bit about when exactly the text would be released is just we were trying to show good faith to the Iranians who, for reasons I have no idea, cared a lot about how the text itself was rolled out. Blue tie there.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. As you know, because you were involved in this process, the MOU allows for Iran to sell its oil right away, which means that Iran can take in on a monthly basis tens of millions of dollars. Iran's economy was in tatters. How is this not essentially giving a lifeline to Iran economically? And what's to prevent Iran from using all of that money, all of those millions of dollars, to prop up its proxies in the region?
Well, the number one thing is that we actually see where the money moves now because of what we've done with the financial sanctions. We actually know where the money is going to move. And so we have great confidence that we're going to be able to see if they try to fund terrorist organizations, we're going to be able to see that. But you said that millions of dollars is a lifeline. Right now, the Iranian nation is a nation of 94 million people. Their economy is in a free fall. They have sky-high inflation, and fundamentally, about $1 trillion of damage to their industrial base was caused over the last 3 months. The idea that selling a few $1 million worth of barrels of, or a few $1 million worth of oil is going to fundamentally transform the Iranian economy, that's just not true. We thought that it would be good in order to lift the blockade and open the Straits of Hormuz to allow the free flow of energy. We felt that it was reasonable that if we're going to allow everybody else to sell their energy during this period of negotiation, we would allow everyone to sell their energy. That's all we're doing. We can slap everything right back on if the Iranians don't make the deal that we expect. Yeah. Either one. Yeah. Guys, how about both of you? Go ahead.
Mr. Vice President, so President Trump said we'll finish one, talking about Iran, and he said then Cuba is next. Is Cuba next? And also on Colombia, Mr. Vice President, he has mentioned Colombia 3 times this week. Why is it so important, the election day in Colombia for President Trump?
You guys have to ask Marco about Cuba. That's not. Look, our view. Go ahead in a second, but let me just actually answer this guy's question. Fundamentally, in Cuba, it is a system that hasn't worked. They can't make any money. Their economy is, frankly, probably in worse shape than the Iranian economy. It's 90 miles from our shore, so every time that there's a crisis, you end up having desperate refugees or desperate, people who can't feed their families trying to flood into our country. We want the people of Cuba to be happy and successful. We're actually talking to the Cuban government right now about how they could change their ways to change that. We're going to see what they do, and obviously, if they do one thing, we're going to do something. If they make smart decisions, we're going to have a much better relationship with that island. Go ahead.
Mr. Vice President, thank you so much. I know that you are still not sure if you are going to run for president in 2028, but if you do not, is there anyone in particular that you would want to see run?
What's your name?
Stephen Kapuska, sir.
I want Stephen Kapuska to run for president in 2028. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice President Vance. I've got two questions. Could you describe the status of your Switzerland trip? Are you definitely still going? What are your plans? And also, if we could drill down on frozen funds. There's been a lot of focus on oil sanctions, but on frozen funds, what's your understanding of how much money is frozen? How much of that is in the U.S.? And a senior administration official briefed some of us reporters earlier this week that there might be small antes, is what he said, like small releases of money to build trust with the Iranians early on. Can you describe that whole situation?
So on the frozen funds, the amount of money, I honestly don't know. I've heard numbers north of $100 billion. I've actually heard numbers north of $200 billion. Most of it is not in United States accounts. Most of it's either in the Gulf or in Europe or somewhere else. But I don't know the exact amount of money. It's a lot. It's one of the reasons why we've had such a successful chokehold on the Iranian economy, though by not even close to the main reason. We're not releasing a single dollar of that money until the Iranians perform. And there are a number of ways they could perform. For example, let's say they actually take meaningful steps, and this could happen very quickly, to destroy that stockpile of enriched material, then we're going to have a conversation about it. But they have to perform. I've seen some reports, I don't know where this came from, that the Qataris had released billions of dollars in Iranian assets. That's just not true. It would be impossible for the Qataris to do that without our buy-in, and certainly without us seeing it. So a lot of this reporting is just fundamentally wrong. They don't get a dollar of unfrozen assets. Their money, not our money, but they don't get a dollar of unfrozen assets until they actually perform under the deal. You asked about Switzerland. Our plan is to go to Switzerland. I don't know exactly when. The way that we're setting up this technical negotiation is that obviously you're going to have the political leadership involved. Excuse me. We're going to have people on the ground actually driving the technical talks, the nuclear talks. How do you destroy this highly enriched uranium? All that stuff that you really just have to get into the nitty-gritty on. So, I plan to go to Switzerland. Exactly when, we think these technical negotiations are going to start sometime this weekend. That's still the plan, but that could change because it's not an easy country, Iran, to get out of, and so we're trying to figure out exactly when that's going to happen. I suspect this weekend, but I'm not sure.
So you're not going tomorrow to Switzerland?
I may. It just depends on exactly when the Iranians can get there. We're trying to figure that out as we speak. But again, I suspect it will happen this weekend. We're going to find out exactly when over the coming days. Go ahead, babe.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Vice President. Just two questions for you. To follow up on an earlier question, Secretary Rubio said in March that the goal of this war was to, quote, to eliminate the threat of Iran's short-range ballistic missiles. You just said earlier that the military program is destroyed. U.S. intelligence estimates that Iran still retains roughly 70% of its pre-war ballistic and cruise missile stockpile. So when did the administration decide to abandon that part of the original mission? And then just second as well, moving forward, are you leading the U.S. team moving forward in terms of the negotiations? How involved will you be?
Yeah, so I'm certainly planning to lead the U.S. negotiating team. But on the first question, you talked about an intelligence report that was anonymously leaked to a reporter that was not with context and that, frankly, is not accurate. What has changed about the Iranian ballistics missile program is it matters much less the number of missiles they have, the number of bullets. What matters much more is the number of launchers they have, and importantly, the teams on the ground that have the capacity to launch those missiles. Their ability to launch missiles has been substantially degraded. Is it zero? No, but it's substantially degraded, and in that sense, we haven't abandoned the mission. We've accomplished that particular part of the mission. If you look at the Gulf Arab allies, and obviously the Israelis who faced a lot, the two of them together faced a brunt of these missile attacks, each of them feels substantially safer today from the Iranian missile threat than they did before. Obviously, that is something that we would like to continue. All the president said yesterday is that you can't expect any country to give up its right of self-defense. You have to have parity, and that's what the president of the United States was talking about. Go ahead. No, guys. Yeah.
You've seen Pope Leo's reaction to the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding.
I haven't. What did he say?
All right, okay. I'll give you the short version. Sir.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. He said.
Go ahead. After you.
I'll give you the short version. All right. He says he welcomes the agreement between the U.S. and Iran. He says it hopes it will help strengthen mutual trust, security, and stability in the Middle East. And he also hopes that it's truly a solution to the war and that the war is really over. What do you say to the Pope, sir?
My response to that is praise Jesus. I'm glad that the Pope has positive things to say about our MOU. I think that the Pope is fundamentally accurate, and it's going to be good for the entire world, but we got to keep working at it to make sure that the Iranians honor the commitments that they've made. And then yes, you in front. Go ahead. The thing is, there's so many people in here. I could say the red tie, and then 9 of you start shouting at us. The burgundy tie.
The MOU calls for a U.S.
There we go, that guy.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you. The MOU calls for a U.S. troop withdrawal from the Gulf region tied to the final deal. Can you say whether the drawdown will affect U.S. forces past Iraq and Syria, where American troops currently help protect Kurdish-held areas from Iranian-backed militias?
Okay, so the drawdown contemplated, again, this is the final deal. This is assuming that the Iranians comply, that they give us verification, that they take real substantial conduct towards this peace agreement. What we're saying is that we will withdraw troops to the pre-conflict level, meaning we're not going to keep a couple of extra aircraft carrier groups over there. The Iranians don't want that. Frankly, we don't want that either. Go ahead. Yeah.
You said that the U.S. is not going to be funding that $300 billion fund. Who exactly is funding that? Is that private companies? And I also noticed that your voice is hoarse. Are you sick? Have you been using your voice a lot?
Well, I've been on a bit of a book tour the past couple of days, but I can't promote my book here in the White House press briefing room. I had a cold about a week ago. That and talking a lot about this deal and talking a lot about the book, I'm definitely a little bit hoarse. But you asked, your first question was about...
Who exactly is funding that $300 billion?
Oh, I see. So what's interesting about this is there is a great desire from the Arab world and from outside the Arab world to actually get involved in Iran if they behave properly. So, for example, let's say the United Arab Emirates, who've been a great ally over the last, not just few months, but over the last many years, let's say that they would like to invest in building a power plant. That actually is impossible right now because of the way that U.S. sanctions work. And so what we're saying is that if you behave, and if the Emiratis themselves want to build a power plant, then we will do the sanctions relief necessary to make that possible. The good thing about that is that it actually creates integration, which is leverage. A world where the Gulf Coast Coalition has greater leverage into the Iranian economy is a world where the Iranians are going to be heavily prevented from misbehaving. So it's a lot of the Gulf Coast Coalition, again, they see that Iran is weakened, they see there's an opportunity to build a new relationship there, and they're saying if they behave, and if the United States is willing to allow this to happen, then absolutely we want to change our relationship with Iran. No, well, I mean, I assume that in the United Arab Emirates there would be private money and so forth that would be part of this. But again, this is so far in advance because it assumes a transformation in Iranian behavior. Sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice President. As you know, the Iranian-backed groups in the region were involved in this war, and they damaged U.S. facilities and your allies as well. How does this agreement affect Iran-backed groups across the region, especially the Iranian-backed groups in Iraq? And my second question, this agreement requires Iran to stop attacking the Kurdish opposition in Kurdistan region, which they did 2 days ago?
So what this agreement does fundamentally is it requires Iran to behave like a normal country. And if it doesn't, as so many people think that it never will, then it doesn't get any of the economic benefits. And if they do, then that's a great thing for everybody. It's a great thing for the Kurds. It's a great thing for anybody who has been under the brunt or under the threat of Iranian-funded terrorist organizations. The expectation is that Iran will stop that, and if they don't get the benefits of the bargain. John.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Many of the colleagues that you served with in the U.S. Senate and Republican Conference have criticized this deal over the last 24 hours. What is your message, Mr. Vice President, back to them?
So I guess I would say to anybody, any of the critics, is number one, have a little bit of faith in the President of the United States. The idea that he is going to strike a deal that's been bad for the American people, it's preposterous. He is the person who's had the courage to fundamentally transform our relationship with Iran and with a lot of other countries over the last year and a half. He believes in this deal. He is going to see it to completion. And if the Iranians don't comply, we still have every single tool and point of leverage that we have today. That'd be message number one. Is have a little faith in the president's ability, given that he's got us this far, to take us the final step. The second thing that I would say is so many of what I've read or heard that people believe about this deal is just fundamentally untrue. It is a memorandum of understanding. It is fundamentally a principle that, yes, the Straits of Hormuz are going to be open immediately, and they already are. Yes, they're going to give up their highly enriched material, but they've got to actually do it. It's about conduct. It's about rewarding good conduct and punishing bad conduct, which in some ways is what we've been doing for the last 3 months vis-a-vis that country anyway. So many of the criticisms, I saw Lindsey Graham came out with a positive statement after expressing some concerns. I think that when people get to understand not just the agreement, but our negotiating posture as a country, they will realize this is an excellent thing for the American people, but that's part of our job. We've got to tell the story about what this means for Americans, how it's going to make all of us safer and more prosperous. That's why I'm here talking to everybody, and we're going to keep on telling that story in the days and weeks to come. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Jordan Conradson with the Gateway Pundit. I want to talk back to the Lebanon component of the deal. There's a report in Axios that Netanyahu's fuming over this. Israel doesn't feel bound to the MOU as it relates to Lebanon. If, as you mentioned, your frustration with Israel striking in Beirut, hitting apartment buildings, if that continues, could it torpedo the deal? And what would the U.S.'s response be to a broader war in Lebanon involving Israel and Hezbollah?
Yeah, well, I don't want to get into hypotheticals that could torpedo the deal, because I think the president's expectation is that all of our friends, the Israelis, the Arabs in the region, we're going to work together and actually see this deal to completion. Now, I saw the Axios report, that Netanyahu is fuming. That's not reflective of the conversations that I've had with him, but maybe he's saying something to somebody else that he's not saying to me. What I will say, and this does bother me, is that you have seen people within Bibi's cabinet who have come out and attacked the deal, and in some ways very personally attacked the President of the United States. And I guess my message to them would be twofold. Number one, Donald J. Trump is the only head of state in the entire world who is sympathetic to the nation of Israel at this moment in time. And he happens to be the head of state of the world's superpower. If I was in the cabinet of the Israeli government, I might not be attacking the only powerful ally that I have anywhere left in the entire world. And the second message I would give to some of those cabinet members, Bibi, to his credit, has not gone down this path, but to some of these cabinet members in Israel who are attacking the President of the United States, the other thing that I would say is that over the last 3 months, 2/3 of the defensive weapons that have protected your homeland have been built by American hands and paid for by American tax dollars. The problem for Israel is not Donald J. Trump. And anybody in Israel who thinks their biggest problem is the President of the United States needs to wake up and smell the reality of the situation that country is in. Thank you all.
What have you learned about going to war against Iran? Is the blockade still in effect, sir, or no longer in effect?
Vice President JD Vance taking questions from reporters inside the White House briefing room. We are going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, the big story today is heat.
It is heat advisory in effect. First one of the season, Garrett. And when Florida declares a heat advisory, you know it's going to be especially hot. Last couple of days have been brutal. We've had highs in the middle and upper 90s, and we're going to see much the same today. A little relief at the beach because the wind is offshore. No sea breeze, just hot, and there's not even any waves. Look at that, all the way down to South Florida, heat advisories. Heat advisories now extended all the way into Jacksonville, which earlier they were not. So it's almost the whole state. Orlando obviously included. So let's talk temperatures. We're going to see a high today of 97 in Orlando. That heat advisory from 11 until 7. So if you're working outside this afternoon, whether it's professionally working, you know, you're on a crew, or maybe you're just doing some gardening, or you're training for a marathon, you really got to build in some breaks. Take some time, jump into the crew cab, cool off in the AC, drink some water. I mean, you know the scoop, but it's going to be one of those days where if you don't listen to your body, you could actually start to feel the impacts. I mean, it's going to feel, the feels like temps 111 in Titusville. So it's not a matter of how tough you are. It's just a fact that your sweat doesn't evaporate as efficiently at this level of heat. And so your body temperature goes up because your body has no method of cooling itself down. So, I mean, you could be the most seasoned Floridian with the most plasma platelets to help express the heat from your system. You know, up at high altitude, you get more white blood cell counts to add more oxygen in a low oxygen environment. Well, down here in the heat, you get more plasma that helps to express the heat away from your body and through your skin. But anyway, I digress. Even if you're the most seasoned Floridian, 111 to 111. And if you're out there working, wearing a construction helmet, you know, what have you, maybe you're a motorcycle unit, police officer wearing a vest and a black uniform, it'll catch up to you. So take breaks. 91 at noon, 97 at 4. Feels like temp about 107 to 108. By the way, there will be a rain chance today. This kicks in during the afternoon, probably after 2 o'clock. So we'll start to see the first of that action close to 2 in Putnam and Alachua, Marion counties, up around Gainesville and Ocala. And then we're going to see in Palatka as well. Then we're going to see this move eastward towards Salt Springs and Orlando and Sanford by 4. And then as we head toward commute time, that's when the storm chances will become most likely in Orlando between 5 and 7. Bithlo, Oviedo, Chuliota, Geneva, New Smyrna down through St. Cloud by 8. And then it looks like the axis of this will head into Melbourne, Cocoa Beach around 10 o'clock. So dinner time to bedtime. It's going to rain. Now for tomorrow, there is a possibility of severe thunderstorms. I mean, it's possible today, but it's more likely tomorrow. And wind gusts over 60 miles per hour would be the driving force for that. We've got a lot of rain on the way. So here's the big weather story. The remnants of Arthur. You remember Arthur yesterday, that short-lived tropical storm? It was always a flood threat, not so much of a wind threat. And even though it is a remnant, it is still a flood threat, and it's living up to its reputation with flash flood emergencies, the worst kind in New Orleans, for instance. Flash flood warnings all over southern Mississippi now, and even in northeastern Louisiana, and also tornado warnings in southern Mississippi. And this is all heading into Mobile, Alabama, into Birmingham, and then Atlanta tonight. So flood watch is in effect all the way up into Atlanta and Albany, Georgia. Now, get this. The remnants of Arthur may redevelop as it emerges offshore of the Carolinas tomorrow and become another tropical system, or maybe a subtropical system where it has characteristics of both a tropical and non-tropical system, because it's going to link up with a cold front and then get skirted out to sea. No threat to the U.S. after this. There's a 10% chance that happens, Garrett. So it is going to be an interesting setup, and a lot of folks have said, well, if it gets a name, again, if it's a tropical storm, would it be Arthur or would it go to the B name? And yes, because it hasn't fully degenerated, it would become Arthur again. So that's interesting. But yeah, this is kind of a big deal that if this thing redevelops, it's also a reminder that it's still, hurricane season is in full swing. The fact that that can happen off the Carolina coast this time of year is a reminder. Of course, the heat is probably all the reminder you need. And this heat's going to lead to some heavy isolated storms here in the Orlando region today, but the really heavy stuff tonight up in Atlanta. Look at that up in North Georgia and into the upstate of South Carolina and into the Piedmont and North Carolina. Heavy rain, possible flash flooding tonight and tomorrow. And then a little piece of that's going to work southward into Florida tomorrow. So our daily afternoon thunderstorms will be juiced up, enhanced with more tropical moisture, allowing for the downpours to be heavier. And that potential continues into Saturday. Even though the system will be well offshore by then, it's like a snail or a slug. You can see the trail as it goes down the sidewalk, that slime trail. It's kind of like that with these tropical systems. They leave behind a lot of moisture in the air. And so when we have our afternoon storms, they tap that moisture and it rains even harder. Now, both today and tomorrow will be Fox 35 storm team alerts for the heat, but also for the storm threat. And tomorrow, more on the storm threat side. We may extend that into Saturday, but at this point, look, the rain chances will technically be higher Saturday, but it looks maybe less of a severe threat. We'll see, though. We'll see how this goes. Either way, it's going to be unsettled, it's going to be hot, and it's going to be stormy during the afternoons. Summer is on Sunday. The first day of summer is on Sunday. That happens at 4:25 a.m., the summer solstice. It's also Father's Day. And then as we transition into next work week, we're back to our more typical afternoon isolated storms, but the heat is not going anywhere. Normal high about 91. We're going to be running about 4 degrees above that. And Garrett, I suspect with this El Nino setting up in the Pacific, we're going to see a lot more days where it's a little bit warmer than normal straight through the fall and the winter time.
A very appropriate start to the summer.
Yeah, and boy, has it started. Yeah. This rain has been intense, and now we've got all this tropical trouble in the south today. So hopefully folks there stay safe, because that flooding is no joke.
Summer is here with a vengeance. Yeah. Fox 35 storm team meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You got it. Thank you, Garrett.
Give you a live look right now at Kia Center, downtown Orlando, where in less than an hour from now, we are waiting to see the new Magic head coach introduced. We're talking about Sean Sweeney, who just finished coaching in the NBA Finals. He was an assistant for the San Antonio Spurs. Going to be unveiled this afternoon and speak to reporters, take some questions as well. We will have that introductory press conference for you live right here on Fox Local. That's scheduled to start around 1 o'clock. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back after this.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and I want to give you a live look right now in Chicago at the dedication ceremony for the Obama Presidential Center. You can see former President Barack Obama there with his wife, his 2 kids as well. You also see former President Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton beside her husband there. A couple of other former presidents also in attendance that you don't see on screen right now. That would be former President Joe Biden, also former President George W. Bush in attendance there, as is Kamala Harris. So a number of dignitaries, including former German Chancellor Angela Merkel, Justin Trudeau, the former Prime Minister of Canada, also at this ceremony. We're going to monitor this, waiting to see if we will hear from the former president or any of the former presidents speaking at this event. Again, the at times controversial process for the building of this presidential center has come to an end, and getting ready to open that. And this is the dedication ceremony going on today, live right now in Chicago. And so we'll, like I said, we'll keep monitoring that. We'll get you to it in a little bit if we are able to hear some of the former presidents speaking at that ceremony. Meanwhile, here in the Central Florida area, some controversy over a proposed parking garage that we could see in the burgeoning Mills 50 district of Orlando. It's a site where there is an existing building that includes several things already. That would be torn down under this proposal for a parking garage. That has been generated some controversy because of the impacts on not only those businesses there, but impacts on construction, what that might mean for traffic in the area as well. And so the question that some business owners and board members there in the Mills 50 district are grappling with right now is, will the outcome be worth it, or would the harm outweigh the benefits? And so that's something that they are grappling with right now. And Fox 35's Reina Nieves had the chance to speak with Drew Belani, who is a Mills 50 board member and a business owner, to ask him some of those questions and see where things stand with that parking garage proposal in the Mills 50 district.
I am speaking with Drew, and he is a board member from the Mills 50 district as well as a business owner. So first of all, I wanted to kind of get your thoughts on this 7-story parking garage that was introduced and going to occupy potentially a spot in the Mills area.
Sure. Yeah. Well, thanks for having me on. So yeah, it's obviously raised some controversy, and it's kind of been a little bit of an issue, hot topic here in the area for quite some time. The first thing I want to acknowledge is that, progress is always good, and it's always good to bring attention to a growing area and help alleviate some of the issues that exist currently. But I do also mention that it's going to displace some businesses that, have been around Millsville for a very long time, like Create Coffee and the Karate Dojo, as well as Ming's Bistro. The pillars in our community for a very long time, and they are affected by this. But at the same time, parking is an issue. The Mills, as you know, has exploded over the last 4 to 5 years. And as the area gets more and more busy, parking has been a challenge for not only just people coming to visit the area, but also those who live in the neighborhoods, And one of the things that this could potentially alleviate is some of the cars and the visitors who are visiting the Mills area stopping parking into the neighborhoods that are, behind these establishments, right? You help alleviate and free up their driveways and free up their walkways, which again, it's city-free parking, so we understand that. But at the same time, I know there are some concerns with citizens about cars being parked in front of their homes, sometimes overnight, or I think this could be a solution to help alleviate that.
Yeah, so this was actually brought up in a commission meeting the other day, and a lot of the thoughts that were shared were actually in opposition to this decision, saying that it could displace a lot of people and cause even more traffic to the already narrow street that all these businesses lie on. So
yeah, no, and that's a very good point. It is a very narrow street, and it's going to be interesting how the city works out the logistics and making that flow. But at the same time, you got to look at it in both perspectives. Yes, there's going to be some more traffic buildup and probably some logistical issues that are going to come up. But at the same time, too, hopefully it's going to bring in some more people from possibly the tourist corridor, possibly around Orlando, who may not be visiting Mills as frequently as they'd like to. And, as the area continues to grow, that parking problem is going to be an issue that's going to continue to go on. As you know, a lot of the buildings in the area don't have large parking lots. Then then again, the parking overflow into the neighborhoods has been an issue for quite some time. So with that being said, hopefully this is a solution, but it all remains to be seen.
Yeah, well, Mills 50 and its historic nature prides itself on being historic in a sense and bringing a whole new audience to that area. What do you think that does to the vibe and the history that that area holds?
Well, Mills has become one of the more popular areas, not only in the city, but in the state of Florida, in the region. I travel around a lot for my work, and I've been to New York City, Chicago, LA, and the Mills 50 name has become commonplace when we mention Orlando, which something, years ago has been heard of, because everyone said Orlando, maybe downtown was thrown in there, but never Mills 50, and that's become a thing now. So, and that's credit to what's been happening in the area, the growth of, obviously the help of our board and the city of Orlando to really expand the Main Street districts. So with that being said, Mills is a very welcoming place. We want folks to patronize the business. We want them to come from everywhere, right? We want them to see the Mills as a destination place, not just kind of a stop and go kind of an area. So again, I think having that sense of, hey, there's more parking that's available, there's more place for people to kind of leave their cars safely and walk is a good thing, right? But it just matters how it all plays out, so it remains to be seen.
Yeah, so you mentioned that there's going to be a lot of construction, a lot of dust, a lot of just like dirt and stuff while this process takes into fruition. What until we get to that point, how do you think you're a business owner, how is that process gonna harm or affect you guys?
Well, anytime there's construction and progress, or however you want to phrase it, it always affects business owners, right? And downtown is no stranger to construction and closures and street closures. And a lot of businesses, not only in our neighborhood, but also in the Thornton Park district and other surrounding districts, have been struggling with the construction that's been happening over the last few years. And we get the city's well-intentioned to try to make progress and try to beautify the area and add more amenities to make it more walkable, make it more livable. But at the same time, there's no question it's going to have an impact on businesses, right? Keep in mind, the businesses that'll face immediate closure because their building will no longer exist. Not to mention a hard time getting their parking lots open to those side streets, right? So you've already got a very congested area as it is, that open corner of Mills 50 and Woodworth, and this is going to add to that. Not to mention Lake Highland. It's right across the street, and school buses coming in and out of there. So it's going to be a logistical nightmare for quite some time. And maybe there's a greater good that comes out of it, but that's going to maybe be seen.
Yeah, so I mean, until we get to that point, it's obviously going to be hard. But the outcome, do you think, outweighs the process of I guess getting to that point? Like when you see like the tourists come in and this Mills 50 becoming like a household name, do you think it is going to be a good outcome?
Again, anytime you add more accessibility to a community, it's always usually a positive. Right. The question is where we're hoping is, will the tourists come and will the wrong elements stay away? Right. And what I mean by that is, as we know, in downtown, we've had some issues with parking garages and some things that happen in parking garages. And we don't want that necessarily to transfer to the Mills area. I'm hoping it won't. That's something to be mindful of. But at the same time, too, having a safe, secure parking garage in that area, hopefully we'll bring in, the tourists, and we'll bring in people who on weekends who live in Lake Mary or Sanford and some of these other areas where they normally wouldn't come to visit the area. Hopefully we'll bring them in and along with families, because like you said, Mills is becoming more and more walkable as we progress down here, and the restaurants and not only on the Colonial corridor but also at Mills going across out of Virginia are excellent. The businesses are excellent, and we need people to come down and come see how great it is. So hopefully this helps in that light.
We will be right back.
Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Let's go ahead and listen in here live in Chicago, watching this dedication ceremony for the Obama Presidential Center. 4 former presidents, Obama, Biden, Bush, and Clinton, all attending this ceremony. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
Ashley. I know her, I trust her, and because of her, Barack Obama has my vote. Ashley's here today. Where are you, Ashley? She's not going to stand up. Now we know there's a little bit of Ashley in all of us. Real change is not predestined, nor does it happen simply because of someone's title or station or status. Real change depends on trust. The kind of trust that was built between a young white woman from Florida and an older black man from South Carolina. That's what Barack's campaigns were all about. That's what Barack and Michelle's 8 years in the White House were all about. That's what this center is all about. This is not a monument to the Obamas, you guys. This is a tribute to all those who made their journey possible. Inside this museum and throughout this magnificent campus, you're going to find the stories of ordinary people who did extraordinary things. Stories that show the inevitable zig and zag of our efforts to perfect this nation, but that nonetheless paved the way for Barack Obama's presidency and everything achieved during his 8 years in office. This center is also a challenge to the next generation of changemakers because our work is never done. In the words inscribed on the outside of the museum building, we each have the glorious task of continuing to improve this great nation of ours. This center may be named for the Obamas, but it is built for you. So let's celebrate. There are thousands of people enjoying themselves right now on the Midway. So let's check in with our host who's in the middle of the action. Yeah, she's an actor, a producer, and one of the most influential voices of her generation. Marseille Martin. Take it over, Marseille.
Hello, y'all. Back at the plaza. Hi, Valerie. Thank you, everyone. And yes, I sure am in the middle of the action. The crowd is electric over here. Make some noise. I feel like a whole cookout over here. We got the food truck, music was going, the lawn chairs. We are having so much fun. I also have a bunch of amazing people over here that I would love to talk to because they have incredible stories. Now, okay, we'll start with you guys. What is y'all's names and where y'all came from?
Nadej. I live here, but I'm originally from Congo.
Nice, nice.
My name is Claudia, and I just came all the way from Africa yesterday for this event.
Shout out to that! Wait, how long was that flight?
I took a first flight that was 6,000 miles, and the second one 4,000 miles, so in total to 10,000.
That is incredible. Now, why was it so important for you to come to this event?
Because I had the incredible story. That was in 2008. I was studying journalism in Harvard. And what happened is that Barack Obama became a candidate, and I called my family in Africa, and I said, okay, you know what? I think I know who is the next president's gonna be. And it's inspired me a lot. And 3 years after that, I created the first American school in my country because of him.
I love that. So how has your time been in Chicago? Have you showed her anything? Any dope sights?
We'll try after the event.
After the event, he's like, there's an after party after the party. I get that. I get that. I love that so much. And how about you, Andre? Listen, this man's been dancing the whole time. Let me start by saying that. How are you feeling today?
I'm great. This is inspirational. This is fiery. I love America. I love Chicago, and I love the melting pot that we still are. And I so with the vision of America. Let's go.
Yes. What's like your go-to dance move for today? If you could describe like this whole event, what would be the move? Uh-oh. Okay, just a... Oh, hey, we can do a little bit of that? Okay. Well, listen, we are having so much fun over here at the Midway. Keep up the spirit because history is happening right now. Looking forward to talking to a few more people in a little bit. Now, back to you, Valerie.
Thank you, Marse. And now I am excited to introduce our next performer. When we asked her to sing one of President Obama's favorite songs, she told us, well, I never sung it in public before. But she came up with a new arrangement just for this occasion, and we are so grateful. Please welcome multi-Grammy award-winning artist, Christina Aguilera. Where are you, Christina?
Continuing to monitor the dedication ceremony going on live right now in Chicago. We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Take a look at what's happening in New York City right now. New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani speaking right now at the end of the parade. And now as a city, honoring the champion New York Knicks in this ceremony. Meanwhile, we're waiting on the new Magic coach to be introduced here in Orlando, coming up in about 15 minutes. Let's go ahead and listen in live right now from New York City.
From far away, they do what they do. They run the numbers. They calculate the odds. They write the Knicks off. They give the Spurs a 99.6% chance of winning the game. A 99.6% chance of tying up the series 2-2, of reclaiming the momentum with the next game in San Antonio. A 99.6% chance of silencing the Garden, of another year of watching and waiting. But there is one thing that the pundits just don't get about this team, that they just don't get about this city. It is in that 0.4% that we go to work. It is in that 0.4% that Jalen Brunson, the same guy that so many said was too small, proves that not only is he good enough, he is the new standard for greatness. It is in that 0.4% that OG Anunoby watches the ball float from the top of the arc and start running toward the basket, fingers reaching towards the heavens. It is in that 0.4% that Karl Anthony Towns finds the strength to mourn his mother and still pull in rebound after rebound, make block after block. It is in that 0.4% that Jose Alvarado shows every kid growing up in public housing that a son of Brooklyn and Queens can win for every one of the 5 boroughs. It is in that 0.4% that Mitch breaks his finger before game 1 and says, go get the tape. It's in that 0.4% that Josh Hart gets rebounds that break teams, that Mikal Bridges proves he was worth every single draft pick, that Landry Shamet pulls up from downtown, that every one of these 18 players transforms the franchise, that Mike Brown keeps this team believing. Most of all, it's in that 0.4% that the Knicks do what New Yorkers have always done when we are told something is impossible. We find a way. We win. Standing here before what feels like the entire city, there is a Jalen Brunson quote I can't stop thinking about. I'm going to tell you. You are allowed to think about the worst possible scenario, but you got to go out there and do something about it. When Jalen Brunson took that pay cut, my friends, that was doing something about it. Time after time, we thought about the worst possible scenario. And time after time, the Knicks went out there and did something about it. The Knicks did not just win for New York City. They won like New York City. What is New York if not your back up against the wall? A dream that feels just out of reach. A rent payment you don't know how you'll ever make. What is New York if not 99.6% of the world stacked against you? And who are New Yorkers if not people who hear those odds and smile? Who look at a 0.4% chance of success and ask, why are you giving me a head start? This is our city. This is our team. For 53 years we watched. For 53 years we waited. Now we've won. One last time, New York, say it with me. Knicks in. Knicks in. Knicks in. So much.
Thank you, Mayor. Now let's bring up the New York Public Advocate, Jumaane Williams.
Knicks in 5, baby. Nueva York, Knicks in 5, baby. I cannot believe I'm here. I cannot believe we are all here. Truth be told, we all owe Mike Brown an apology. Let's say
a lot of excitement there during the ceremony going on right now in New York City. You can continue to watch that on fox5newyork.com. That's Fox5NY. They are live streaming this all day long, and it has certainly been a sight to see in New York City, celebrating that Knicks championship, their first since 1973. We are going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. And as you see there, we are waiting to hear from the new Magic coach any minute now. We will get you to that news conference. It's scheduled to begin at 1 o'clock, and we will take that live for you right here on Fox Local. Meanwhile, I want to get you to Miami, where we heard the tail end of some Q&A at the end of a hurricane preparedness roundtable going on in Miami earlier today, where the lieutenant governor, the state emergency management director, a number of other officials gathered to talk about hurricane preparedness. I want to play some of that for you now.
Involved in the accident, we absolutely have them in our thoughts and prayers. You know, being in this job, there is nothing more important than understanding the risk involved with those who put their neck on the line across the state. Whether it's law enforcement, fire, EMS, DEM, those people make a difference. So please keep them in your thoughts, keep them in your prayers, and we appreciate it. Kevin, Dr. Spiro, thank you for your leadership here. And what do you hear? You hear preparedness. You hear a calm, focused approach. The calmest person in the room always wins. That is what we need in disaster. This is the state of Florida. Excellence is the only thing we aim for. We don't look to others. We lead. We innovate. We make a difference. And as you heard Kevin say, we're only as strong as the team around us. I'm incredibly grateful for all of you being here today. We certainly couldn't do this alone. And I would be incredibly remiss if I did not say this. Kevin Guthrie is an exceptional person. He is. He is an incredible leader. I think he is the best at what he does in the United States of America. Florida is very lucky to have him. But Dr. Spiro, people like you across the state are incredibly talented as well. Our bench is very deep. we are very prepared because we take it serious. This is not politics. This is about people. This is about making sure we're ready to respond, ready to lead on day one. No questions asked. So as we push forward here, I want you to know a couple things. And I want to reiterate what Kevin Guthrie said, especially in the Panhandle. A 4 of 4 is a pretty rare thing in terms of flooding. Okay? That means take it serious. Build your plan, prepare, have those things on hand. It's not just going to be if you have flooding. It's going to be the degradation of availability of supplies, the clogging of roads, the movement of people. That puts law enforcement, fire, our people at risk. Understand the dynamic around you. Look out for your neighbors and look out for those who can't take care of themselves, those vulnerable people. It matters. It does. We don't leave people behind in Florida. That is something we stand for. Kevin Guthrie, Governor Ron DeSantis, absolutely myself, we're all on the same page on this. We will be prepared. We will lead. But it's up to us as people to make sure that we follow along and we listen and we don't make things harder for those around us. So look, serious times, call for serious leaders, and I want to say one more time, thank you for the leadership here. Now let's get moving on this. You know, I'm pretty excited by this round table today. It is incredibly important to discuss critical issues. So what I would ask as the rules of engagement is getting where you fit in, don't talk over each other, but put your information out. I'll call in and we'll get moving, okay? I'm going to introduce people on this panel. We have Brooks Wallace with the Tech. We have Mike Olby with Patriot Response Group. Lauren Lindo, Optimum Consulting. Reed Loper with Crowder Bolt. Eli Hellman with Fortis USA. Cheryl Whitmer with U.S. Food Control. Jeff Popovich with Global Empowerment Mission. And Dr. Jesse Spiro, as we heard earlier, with Miami-Dade County Emergency Management. This is an incredible group. Well, and you can't forget this guy as well. He's a pretty critical person here, but he doesn't need an introduction. So I'm honored to be here today. And I want to start off with the first question. Florida is widely recognized as a national leader in disaster response and recovery. We rely heavily on the expertise and capabilities represented around this table. What capabilities, partnerships, or innovation has your organization brought to the table to help make Florida the national leader in emergency management? Now, I'm going to put one sub-caveat out there. What are you doing to prepare for what you think is to come? Because things change. We can't remain static. We have to innovate. All right? Let's do it. Go ahead.
First, my name is Eli Hellman, and my accent is not about Obama, right? We at Fortis USA, we basically manufacture buildings that unfold from the width of this table to 20 by 20 space. We rent them all over the place, and as far as innovation, I mentioned to the group earlier. So Florida Power Line, they used to get a hold, and it would take them 48 to 72 hours to send out the command centers to start to disperse linemen to fix the lines. By having our units, which we innovated and built in South Florida, they're capable of going from 90 minutes. So they set up in 26 stages, side stages, that we don't know where the whole thing is going to be in the last few years. Unfold them, connect them to a generator, and right away we can start to send lightning. So this is the answer, the innovation of what we came up with in Florida, and how Florida Power Line is really a leading company. And after everybody saw Florida Power Line, the center point, they buy units like crazy, you name it, Duke, Pico, which is in Florida as well, has 1,000 units like that, which they deploy all the time. So that would be like our power. And we rent so many, like for example in the lane, when the lane hit, we got a call from St. Pete and the fire chief from Treasure Island, our station, police station, and the fire station got flooded. So we have a rental division that's what they do, and that's how they get ready for the hurricane season or any disaster. We send it out, we set it up. Guess what? We're getting a call, Milton is behind the lane. Can you take it down? So we send our people, being the Florida company, a few hours away. We unfolded it, we folded it back, Milton passed, we set it up again. So that's what our company does. And we have, in FIU, we have units here. As a matter of fact, 3 hospitals we just delivered to Kenya for the Ebola issues. And we have 20 units in the White House last week for the UFC fight. So we are all over the place, but we definitely Florida-based company ready to help and lend to anybody.
Governor, I think one of the things you're going to hear from this table, starting with Eli, is Florida is a proving ground and an R&D state when it comes to emergency management. And we want to, with the governor's announcement last week, the core on this collaboration with resiliency and education. We are literally going to put Florida's already on the map, but we're going to put Florida on the map worldwide in what we're doing now. And again, Eli is probably the oldest R&D company here, if you will, that started out with a division, and it truly was a partnership. It started out prior to prior to the suicide building collapse. But suicide building collapse was one of the very first places as we come up on that 5-year anniversary that we engaged a local company solving a specific problem, and then they have continued to just develop and get better and better. There was no hospital when the first 14 years rolled out, but now he's doing these mobile hospital units that can set up in a matter of minutes, not days. So we can talk about this all day.
Yeah. No, I get it.
Kevin, you didn't mean old my age.
That's just experience. That's all it is. It's not age, right? So obviously, there's also a benefit with congregate, decongregate housing, shifting people out the long-term efficacy of disaster footprint. When you get a little bit more room, a little bit more board, a little bit more separation between people when they're there for a long haul, right?
Okay. So, for example, in one of the hurricane the keys, and the keys don't allow, the regulations don't allow like a mobile home and things like that. And I remember listening to in DC, in 2018. Our units can be, if somebody doesn't want to leave their house, let's say only the kitchen got destroyed, the bedroom, half the house got destroyed, we have a solution so that they can stay, they don't have to move away, they can still, be in the facility, their house, and just have,
Yeah, you have specificity to be. I love it. All right.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. We are tracking big moment right now. The Orlando Magic introducing Sean Sweeney as their new head coach. Let's go ahead and listen in live. He's there with President of Basketball Operations Jeff Weltman at this news conference live in Orlando right now. Let's go ahead and listen in.
All right. Thanks to everybody for being here. I want to start out by welcoming, before anyone else, Sean's wife, Jennifer, who we got to know a little bit last night, and look forward to making you part of our family. So thanks for being here. Yep. As always, I want to thank the DeVos family for their financial commitment, their encouragement, their support for everything that we do here organizationally. It makes this place a unique place to be, and it's what allows us to, part of the reason that we can get pole position on opportunities such as getting to meet with a candidate like Sean. I'd also like to thank Andy Miller, who is Sean's representative, who was instrumental throughout this process. You can imagine navigating communications with an important part of an organization who's in the playoffs. That took some fancy footwork, and Andy was able to facilitate that. So many thanks for that. Guys, this is a really exciting day for us. We're very excited about our team. We're excited about the prospects. And we're excited to be able to finally bring in front of you guys our new coach, Sean Sweeney. I guess I should also thank all of you guys for having the patience with us. Obviously, it's been a while, and we've all been looking forward to this day, but you all have work to do too, so thank you guys for hanging in there with us on this one. Sean is very highly thought of around the league. I think it might have been Mike somewhere out there who asked me, how do you interview an assistant coach, or how do you know if an assistant coach is going to do it? And I said, if you have a way to do it, let me know, because I don't know. But I know one thing: you do a lot of homework. You talk to a lot of people. You talk to people who are everywhere where this guy's been, and those who have touched him in any way, whether it's players and management, coaches, whatever. And the deeper we got into our background research with Sean, the more we knew we had to meet with this guy, and the more interested we became. When we finally did get in front of him, it was a long day, and he had a lot going on. It was during the playoffs, and not only was he able to kind of compartmentalize his work with the Spurs and present well to us, but he actually really knocked our socks off. In Sean Sweeney, we have somebody who is, in our minds, has the potential to be one of the elite coaches in this league. He's a direct communicator. He has a mastery of the material. He has an understanding of how this is supposed to work from a player standpoint to a team standpoint, and how the big picture all melds together in producing a winning team. And additionally, has a natural curiosity, a natural intensity, of a way of approaching the work as a teacher as well as a coach, and in our minds has great potential and great capability. The last thing I wanted to mention before I kind of turned it over to Sean was I want to thank Anthony Parker, Pete D'Alessandro, David Bench, and John Hammond. It was a rigorous process. We didn't cast as wide a net as we have in the past, but we were very targeted, and we went very deep. And so I want to thank those guys for helping with the process and really landing us at the right conclusion. So thanks to everyone involved in that. And with that, I want to introduce to you guys the next coach of the Orlando Magic, Sean Sweeney.
Thank you guys very much. Thank you to the DeVos family. I'm very grateful to be here, and it is an honor to have their trust, and I'm looking forward to working very hard to help this franchise continue to go forward. Thank you to Jeff, the front office. I'm very grateful for this opportunity. Like you said, it was thorough, and it was you dove deep, and I appreciated every bit of it. Thank you to my family, those close and those far. There's a lot of late nights, a lot of early mornings, and I'm very, very grateful for all that you do for me. Andy Miller, thank you. Could not be here without you. To the coaches that helped shape me, Marty Simmons, Ben Jacobson, Jason Kidd, Dwayne Casey, Mitch Johnson in San Antonio, Mitch, Tim Gergerich, John Towers, Steve Fritz, Billy McKee, all those coaches that have helped me along the way. I'm very grateful for all you've done for me. You taught me that fundamentals are important, but relationships are most important. So I appreciate that very much. To the Spurs organization, Brian Wright, R.C. Buford, the Holt family, Greg Popovich, the whole front office, including Adam Glesner and Dave Tellep, and of course, most importantly, my boss, Mitch Johnson. I'm very grateful for all you guys did for me, allowed me to be part of your program, to learn and help. And most of all, thank you to the players that I've coached. I've coached a lot of great players, a lot of guys who have put in a lot more time than me, have put themselves out there, and it's all those great players that give a guy like me a chance like this. So to the players, I thank you very much. For me, coaching is not a profession, it's a vocation. And I'm going to work to my highest level to do the best job I can for this franchise and for the guys like this that are sitting here in front of us. It's been 21 years of preparation and this brought me here, and I'm ready for it, and I'm excited to begin. A couple things about our team. Our team is going to be built on our values. We're going to value character. We're going to value competition. We're going to value connection, and we are going to value the game. I love the game. I'm a competitor. I want to do things with integrity, and I want to make sure that we are connected in how we play. That's going to shape how we act every day. Our behaviors are going to be shaped upon our values. We're going to be prepared. We're going to be attentive, and that's going to be active attention. So I'm going to listen to you guys as much as I talk to you. Now, how I talk to you may be different than how I listen to your asses, but I'm going to talk to you and listen. We're going to lead with purpose. We're not going to react, but we're going to lead with intention, and we're going to be consistent. I want to be the most consistent person I can. I want to be consistent every day I come in this building, and that's how we plan to be as a team. The last thing we're going to do is we're going to hold ourselves to a high standard. There's going to be an expectation that's high. The bar is going to be set high, and we plan on meeting that bar. We're going to do what matters, and we're going to do things at a level we want to do each and every day. Not what other people think, but what we want. And what we do matters, but how we do it matters most. Like he said, no job too big, no job too small. That's who we're going to be as a team, and that's who I'm going to be as a coach. So with that, I want to say thank you. I'm very grateful to be here, and if there are any questions, open for business.
Great. Thank you, Sean. Okay, we'll open it up for questions. If you can please wait for a microphone and state your name and affiliation.
Shane Savage, OrlandoMagic.com. You were a guy with options, whether it be stay in San Antonio or some of the other opportunities that were reported. Why Orlando? What did you like about this opportunity here?
Number one, thank you, Dan. The DeVos family and the ownership group here is different than any other. Secondly, the front office. The time I've gotten spent with Jeff, knowing about Anthony, to David, Pete, and then John Hammond, who I was with in Milwaukee. That separated this franchise from the other. The players, the roster is something that really mattered to me, and this is a roster that's shown a level of competitiveness, ready to go to the next step. And then lastly, Orlando. What a great place to live. So those are the four things that stood out to me. But at the end of the day, it starts with ownership. It's the front office that I can partner with, and then the players that I get to coach.
Sean, Jason Beatty with the Orlando Sentinel. You mentioned your 21 years building to this point. Why do you feel confident that you're ready now to be a head coach in the NBA, and what do you think that adjustment will be like at all?
Well, I think the biggest difference is you have people who report to you much more directly from what I've already seen. But each day you put in time working on your craft, working on who you want to be as a coach. And for me, I want to teach and learn at the highest level I can. And I also want to compete at the highest level I can. And being a head coach here is going to allow me to do that. Selfishly, that's what I'm looking for. But I think I've had enough time and been around enough people that I feel like this is the perfect opportunity for me, and very much looking forward to it.
Philip Rossman-Reich from Orlando Magic Daily over here. Directions are weird. With all your experience as an assistant coach, how has that influenced your philosophy as far as how you want your team to play on defense and on offense?
Well, being an assistant and being in a number of different places in the NBA has certainly helped me because I've seen a lot. I've seen different things. I've seen things that I like. I've seen things that I maybe wouldn't necessarily do, but it's helped me shape my values. One of the people who's been very instrumental in that for me is Tim Gergerich. Coach Gerg has shaped me as a coach. He's one of the people that taught me how to work, how much players matter. Jonathan Isaac saw him at Gerg's camp when we first met. So I think all those things in combination have got me to this point.
Hi, Sean. Alex Walker with Channel 9 in Orlando, the ABC station here. Welcome to Orlando.
Thanks, Alex.
You've had significant recent finals experience with two different franchises. What lessons did you personally learn in those runs that you can help implement here and get the Magic back to that finals destination?
Yeah, a number of lessons. Number one, fundamentals are your foundation. If you have great fundamentals, it allows you to build upon them and add layers to it, and that's what's going to carry you when it matters most. Secondly, your habits. You need great daily habits. We want to concentrate on our daily habits and our daily process to make sure that we continue to improve throughout the course of the season. And it's not going to be necessarily just an upward trajectory the whole time. There's going to be ups and downs, but we want to have great habits. And then the third thing is that pressure is earned. You don't get that pressure unless you've earned it. And the teams that I've been with that have gotten there earn that right to be there playing when nobody else is playing. So those are the main things, but there are so many lessons along the way that you get when you play into June and nobody else is playing.
Hi, Coach. Kristen Lago. I'm over here. Kristen Lago, Westy Swartz. I'm curious, you mentioned the players here being a point of attraction that drew you here to Orlando. What stands out to you about the core players that are here on this Magic team?
Well, what stands out to me, anytime we played Orlando, they were always a hard-playing team. Competitive, tough, and so that's something there. There's obviously talent here, a number of talented guys, and I'm excited to coach. And then just in the conversations that I've had with a number of the players, guys are hungry. They're ready to win. They want to keep working on building on what they've done. And so this is an exciting thing with all those things in combination and what I've seen from these guys already.
Jamie Say, WKMG Sports. Welcome, Coach. What kind of messaging have you had with the current players? Have you really reached out, and what's that been like?
Yeah, there's been a lot of communication with all those guys. I think there's been a lot of listening, a lot of getting feedback from them on their thoughts on things, themselves, the team, and then trying to communicate things that I value. I think whatever we do, we want to message what our musts are. And so there's certain things that we want to do as a team to make ourselves successful, but a lot of that has to do, like it's talked about, active attention. I want to listen and talk, not just be a talker, because when I do talk, I am a fairly direct communicator at times. So I want to make sure I hear those guys before I talk.
Coach Mike Bianchi, Orlando Sentinel. You're known as a quote-unquote defensive mastermind. How do you turn around the Magic's offense?
Well, I think offense works with defense. This is a complementary game, and I've had experience along the way in different stops, specifically in Dallas, where I've done a lot on the offensive side of the ball, along with coaching in college in that sense. So, where it starts offensively is we want to be efficient, and we want to get as many opportunities as we can. We want to activate all five guys. We want to be a team that has great spacing, organization, and discipline, so that way we can create advantages, and then when we get those advantages, we want to keep them. We want to make invisible plays, not only the plays that we all see in the stat sheet, but the ones that we don't see, the things that allow others to be successful. And in general, we want to make sure that we are getting more shots and getting better shots than our opponent. And that has to do with the offensive side of the ball, certainly, with our spacing, with our discipline, with our offensive rebounding, but it also has to do with our defense. And those two things work together. The better we play on offense, the better we defend. The better we defend, the better we play on offense.
Hey, Sean. Tim Reynolds with the Associated Press. Congratulations again.
Thanks, Tim.
Two questions, kind of, if I may. The first one, you were on that list of the can't-miss assistant for a while. Your name had been linked to a number of places over the years. One, was that the opportunity didn't come until now? Were you worried that it would never come, or was it frustrating in any way? And two, at the finals, when Mitch addressed this situation with us, he expressed a lot of happiness that you were coming to the East and not the West. Just what did that compliment mean to you?
Well, it meant a lot coming from him. Mitch is someone I owe a debt of gratitude to. In the short time that we worked together, how much he did for me, very, very thankful for him. His leadership and how he allowed the coaches on his staff to be their best selves. So it meant a lot to me. In terms of opportunities, I think this is something that has always stood out to me, is your job is to be ready for them when they come. And if the right one comes, you've got to be ready for it. And I I was fortunate this summer to have some different things to look at, but this is the only one I wanted to look at. So, no, I was not worried, but I did want to make sure that I was ready.
Hey, Sean, Darren Stoltzfus, West 2, welcome to Orlando.
Thanks, Darren.
You talked about the talent that's here. When you look at roster construction, how much do you expect to be involved in that? Do you expect moves to be made? What needs to happen? What do you already have?
Whatever Jeff tells me. Nah, listen, I'm excited about what we have here. There's a lot of guys that are talented. Clearly, there's been a roster put together here that has shown the ability to win. It's my job to take what has been given here to me and do the best job I can. And we as a coaching staff will do that. But this is partnership. You know, I'm here because of him, and I'm grateful for that. So whatever he tells me to do, that's what I do.
Coach Ryan Kaminsky, Magic Honest. Welcome, Coach. Defensively, you've talked about aggressive, effective switching being one of the styles you like to run. Does this roster fit that type of game plan? Is that something that attracted to you? And on the flip side, can you give a little glimpse offensively, on top of creating and sustaining those advantages, just what the offense could kind of look like to really balance all the different stars and talents here?
I've said I like aggressive switching.
Sorry,
no, I'm kidding.
You've mentioned before.
No, I think, defensively, the things that you want to do is on the defensive side of the ball. Number one, you want to have great knowledge and positioning. And so, our schemes are going to be built around our players and their talents. But we want to be great with our knowledge. We want to know where to be. And then we want to be great with our positioning. And we want to know what to do. The second thing we got to be a great defender is you got to have great communication. So it's teamwork. We need to talk and to listen. And so we want guys who know what to say, and when they hear what's being said, we want them to do a great job of executing those commands. And then the third thing we have to do is multiple efforts. You've got to give great multiple efforts as a group. It's not just you or you on your own. It's us together. So the same way we talked about activating all 5 guys on offense, we would like to do that on the defensive end. And then based on that, we want to have a great level of base. When I worked for Avery Johnson, Avery would talk about your system being your base, and then the next level of the pyramid would be your game plan, and at the top would be their tendencies. So we want to be great in our system, we want to be sound in our game plan, and we want to know their tendencies. And then on the offensive side of the ball, we need to do a great job with our education on shot quality, shot distribution, shot allocation. Big points on offense are always, who am I? Who is my teammate? Who's covering me? Who's covering my teammate? One of the coaches here, the great Chuck Daly, who so often said and was quoted by the great Rick Majerus, who's one of the people who got me into coaching, would say, offense is spacing and spacing is offense. And so we want to be great in our offense, we want to be great in our spacing, and we must do things together. And we'll highlight the talents of our players as best we can, but we need to do it together and in combination with each other.
Jeff, where you mentioned that this process was very focused and that Coach Sweeney kind of blew you away in the interview. We're seeing a little bit of that here, but what specifically kind of made you say this is the guy when you were talking to him and doing your research on him?
Well, it's like coaching. It's not a specific thing, It's the whole. And I remember when I was a young guy once, and one of an owner that I worked for said, what do you think makes up a good coach? What's the one thing, if you could put your finger on it? And I said, there is no one thing. It's 1,000 little things, And I think that you have to start with the command of the material. The subject matter, your knowledge of the game, your ability to access that knowledge quickly in the spur of the moment, And I think Sean's foundation that's where it started, but everything that he talked about was how you teach those things, how you break those things down into smaller parts that organizationally we can measure, and how you bake that into the improvement of our team. And not just try to win a game or win a season, but, really sort of build a program. And so, Sean had really, I thought, like comprehensive perspective on how to execute all of that, starting from the minutia and growing it out to the bigger picture.
Sean, well, after you were hired, we kind of were doing some research on you, and we saw quotes from Luka Doncic, Wemby, Giannis, some of the great players in the game, talking about the positive impact that you had on them. And I'm wondering if there's a common thread there with how you deal with some of the best in the game. And then my second part is, what do you think of Paolo Banchero and Franz Wagner?
Well, in dealing with anybody, and specifically what Jeff talked about with teaching, learning content plus learning behavior dictates teaching behavior. And so when we're teaching, we want to be great with understanding how our players learn, what it is we're trying to teach them, and then ultimately being great at teaching those things to them. As it comes to great players, the thing that the great players all have in common is they raise the level of those around them. And so whether it's Luka Doncic in Dallas, who you talked about, or Kyrie Irving, or Kevin Garnett, or Paul Pierce, or Blake Griffin, or Giannis, or any of these guys, the guys here, you just mentioned Paolo and Franz, the mark of a great player, there's obviously a production piece of it, but it's your ability to elevate those around you. And so that's one of the common threads that those guys all had. In terms of Paolo and Franz, I'm excited to coach those guys. I think amongst the whole team, like, how can you not be excited to coach everyone on this roster? But those two guys are obviously standout players in this league already, and I'm excited to get to work with them.
Yeah, I'd like to, Jeff and Sean, if you could address this question. Sean, you've been coaching teams that went deep into the playoffs the last few years, but you're now taking over a franchise that hasn't gone to the second round in 16 years. And you will be expected to get the team into the second round soon. Is that fair? Are those expectations fair?
Who are you asking?
Both.
Okay. Well, you answer. No. Honestly, I don't think, I don't want to speak for Sean, but I don't look at it as a question of fairness. We want to be playing, I always say, we believe in this group. We think this group has tremendous potential. A lot of this is how you approach the season, how you approach the big picture. A lot of what Sean's talking about is what equals success in April, May, June, and those are the things that we have to get to first. This is a little more coachy than management, but if you take care of those things, the wins will follow. And we do believe we have the players, we have the timeline, and Sean at the helm to get us to where we need to get. I don't want to talk about what's fair and what's not fair, because honestly, that has nothing to do with this business. We just know what we need to do, and it's up to us to get it done.
One of the things that when I was with the Nets, Kevin Garnett talked about, it's a results league and it's a process business. And I think, for us, nobody's going to have higher expectations than we do in our building. And so our expectation is to work on daily habits, work on the fundamentals, work on the things that lead to success when it matters most. And my experience with Jeff here, like I know what the expectation is, and I'm excited to be here. And I think just in general, player enhancement is part of that. The better these guys get, the better we do. We do well as a team, they do well as individuals, and so our expectation is to do the best job we can each and every day, and that's already started.
Congrats, Coach. Jennifer Porty from Let's Talk Men in Basketball. How do you plan to establish trust with these players? And also, what would you like your players to say about you at the end of your first season with the Magic?
Well, trust is earned. Trust is being conscientious and consistent every day. The better I am at being consistent and being who I'm supposed to be, the more they can trust me, and then it's reciprocated. If you be yourself, be the best version of yourself, it's easier to trust. And so I think just as a head coach or as a teammate or as someone that you're in a relationship with, trust is earned, and you have to earn that trust by being who you're supposed to be each and every day. At the end of the day, Reggie Jackson, who I coached in Detroit, said, you're the first asshole that I love. And if my players said that about me, I'd be happy about that. But no, I hope they say that there's someone here who supports them, who's someone here who got their back, who wants them to do well as individuals, but most importantly, who wants the team to do well. Because if we do well as a team, everyone else gets trickled down from that. Success comes from that.
Jeff, was Reggie Jackson part of your vetting for this?
I hope not.
Should have
been. Sean's had about 20 minutes off since the end of the season. Jeff, how the fact that he did have other obligations, how much of a complexity was that to navigate when it's time to hone in on a choice and get a deal done?
Yeah, every conversation, you know, that we've had has started with like, good time, you okay? You got a minute? You can imagine, I can't imagine like what he's had on his plate. And I thought it was so impressive even through the interview process, the way he kind of was able to just focus on, you know, that long first interview that we had. And as we've gone through the process, stayed away from him on game days, tried to limit time even on off days, and let him kind of gather his thoughts. Obviously, he has a family to help through this process as well. And so we're just trying to be supportive right now, let him have his space. Now that he's here, now it starts. No more do you have time. But he's really been amazing at embracing, you know, no, let's go. We got to get into this stuff. And his eagerness and his intensity, even while I know there's a lot of other stuff going on in his life that he's like, I don't even want to talk about that with you. Like, let's talk about the matter at hand. I think that's like a really good harbinger of what's in front of us, and his ability to focus and his natural intensity that I spoke about, I think is a really great foundational piece for the way that Sean communicates.
Jeff, the draft's right around the corner. I know your pick situation may be different this year, but your process as a group, it doesn't change. How are you guys coming along in that pre-draft process as you approach the draft?
That was a great answer. That's the answer. No, you know, our guys, we've been quite busy, and not just, you know, these days it's not really just the draft, it's free agency as well. So we've been, you know, plotting and ranking and, you know, trying to figure out, like, as you know, if this then that scenarios. It truly doesn't change the work at all. Like, it's a great point that you make in all seriousness. And you know, we've been at it late, and you know, we're doing all the work that we need to try to puzzle the roster out. I do think there's some kind of basic holes that we want to punch where we can improve the roster and augment the players that we have. Obviously, the most important part of this whole process has been bringing Sean in the right way, and he's already addressing some of his staffing, and he's brought in a lot of great assistant coaches already, with more to come. So it's been a busy time organizationally, but we have been at work on the draft and free agency. So hopefully we're putting ourselves in a position to have a good summer.
Coach, were there any motivational messages from Mitch Johnson when you first took this job?
Mitch just said, go be yourself. Good luck, go be yourself. No, he didn't give me any motivational messages, but Mitch and I have had talks throughout the course of the season, and he's been a great resource for me because he, as a first-time head coach, has gone through a lot of the things that I'm getting ready to go through. So he's been great for me.
Okay, last question, Jamie.
Okay, I've got one for Sean, one for Jeff. Sean, just what were your interactions like with Greg Popovich, and how much impact did he have? And then, Jeff, to you, as the draft draws, are you content to stay in the second round? Do you anticipate making any moves to try and get into the first? Thank you.
You want to talk about Pop or the draft first? Coach Pop's office was right next to me, right next to mine, and was very fortunate. When you're next to a guy who's the greatest coach of all time daily, the fact that he even said hello and knew my name meant something to me. So, yeah, Coach Pop he built that program, and guys like me are fortunate to be part of it and very grateful, and that's part of the reason why I'm here now.
So as to the second part of the question, you know, I don't want to say we're content ever. I don't want to use that word. We have the 46th pick, and we like our team a lot. So I don't know what that's going to mean. We're having a lot of conversations with teams. This is our job. We have to explore opportunities, figure out where we can get better. You know, I've spoken to you guys often about, you know, the financial compression that we're facing. So we are kind of working on margins here and ways to improve the team. But we're having a lot of discussions at different levels. But at the end of the day, we are bullish on this group. We like the team. We're eager to see how they look as coached by Sean. And, you know, we'll see what comes along between now and the draft. But, you know, we're plugging away.
Great. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
That's a news conference coming to an end where we had the chance to hear from Orlando Magic President of Basketball Operations Jeff Weltman and new Orlando Magic head coach Sean Sweeney introduced today at this news conference that just wrapped up. Had the chance to hear him talk about the reasons that Jeff Weltman said they were drawn to Sweeney as head coach. And then Sweeney talked a little bit about some of his influences, some of how his couple of decades as an assistant have helped prepare him for this job, which will be his first head coaching job in the NBA. We will have more coverage of this coming up in just a little bit. We'll check in with Fox 35 sports reporter Jonah Karp, who also attended that news conference, and we'll chat with him coming up in a little bit. Right now, though, we're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading. Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. 4 former presidents in attendance at this dedication ceremony going on live right now in Chicago for the dedication of the Obama Presidential Center. Right now, former First Lady Michelle Obama is speaking right now. And let's go ahead and listen in.
All right, folks. We simply don't have the luxury or time to be cynical or...
Actually, before we listen into that, I want to go ahead and get you live back to Orlando, where Fox 35 sports reporter Jonah Karp about to speak one-on-one with new Magic head coach Sean Sweeney. Let's listen in.
Family here that we're all excited about. You know, everybody's happy to be here and ready to move forward.
You mentioned this has been 20 plus years in the making. Has the reality of being an NBA head coach really hit that kid, that NBA fan inside of you yet?
Yeah, you know, I don't know if it ever will, but I'm grateful to be here and very fortunate and in being here and seeing what everything is going on with the Magic for the first time in Orlando. I'm even more grateful.
Look, this is a roster where the majority of the starters are locked up on long-term deals. No first-round draft pick for the Magic this year. It doesn't appear there's a lot of creativity you have to work with in terms of building a roster. So with that being the case, why is this a roster that can win now, in your opinion?
Well, I think you've got talented players. You've got good positional size in a number of spots. You've got versatility. You know, the questions earlier were about Paolo and Franz, but you've got other guys on the roster that are great players in this league. Wendell Carter, Jalen Suggs, who's near and dear to my heart. We grew up same hometown, so there's talent here, and now it's my job to do the best I can to take them to the next step. You know, foundation was laid here, and so I've got to build upon it.
But the reality is they haven't been out of the first round in the last 3 years. They haven't been out of the first round in the last decade and a half. These are Magic fans that are starving for a deep playoff run, right? What's your message to those Magic fans?
I'm starving too. We both want to eat. No, I'm excited to be here, and I think that, you know, we're going to work each and every day to get there.
You've been a mainstay on NBA sidelines for the last decade. You've worked under some great head coaches. What's a common thread among those great head coaches, and what are qualities you try to emulate?
Leadership, intention-based leadership. The best coaches I've been around lead as guides, not heroes. The players are the heroes. We're there to guide. We're there to support. And the best coaches I've been around, that's what they all do.
Look, you're here in Orlando. Disney World's right here. Favorite Disney movie, in your opinion, is what?
Lion King's a Disney movie?
It sure is.
Lion King.
Me too.
Yeah.
Great choice.
The best one.
It is the best one, yeah. Sean, congratulations.
Thanks,
looking forward to covering
Thanks,
it.
man. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Sean.
So, favorite movie of Lion King? Hard to argue with that. Whether you like him as the new head coach or not, you probably can't argue with picking Lion King as favorite Disney movie. We're going to check in with Fox 35's Jonah Karp coming up in about 20 minutes or so, and to get his take on what we heard today from the new Magic head coach. Well, now I can get you live back to Chicago, where we are continuing to monitor this ceremony for the dedication of the Obama Presidential Center. Like I said, 4 former presidents are there: Obama, Biden, George Bush, and Bill Clinton as well, all at this dedication ceremony in Chicago. Michelle Obama, former First Lady, speaking right now. Let's go ahead and listen in.
The playground. Have a romantic picnic on the Great Lawn. Because that's the work of democracy too. Being neighborly. Taking care of public spaces. Having some fun, enjoying each other, shaking out of the isolation and division that have crept too deeply into our lives. And to my fellow Southsiders, I want you all to make this campus a part of your lives. Be inspired by the world-class art. Check out the books from our beautiful public library and bring them back on time. Drop some beats in the recording studio, hit some corner threes at home court, hold hold birthday parties, jumpstart clothing drives, host citywide cleanup days here. Use this campus to show off this place we call home. This joyful place where Marion and Fraser Robinson taught their 2 kids to dream big. This hopeful place where an unknown guy with an unknown name took flight. This stubbornly optimistic place where family after family scrapes and claws and laughs and dances their way to a better tomorrow. That's what this has always been about. Barack and I have always said that this center is grounded in our stories, but it has never been about us. It's never been for us. And it's going to be here long after we're gone. So what it becomes and how it's preserved, that work has to be done by all of us, just like our democracy. And thankfully, you have shown the world what we are capable of. You've proven that a lasting legacy isn't an award or a name on a building or a number of zeros in a bank account, but the difference we make in one another's lives. It's about seeing each other and showing up for each other and carrying each other when we're weary or faltering or losing faith. That's how you build something that endures. And that's what you all have done at every twist and turn of this extraordinary journey. You have protected and proclaimed the hope that beats within the heart of this campus. You've rekindled and renewed this untamable, unpredictable, and unbreakable democracy. And I know that you all are going to astonish us even more in the months and years ahead, because you all have proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that when we truly see each other, when we strive to bring out the best in ourselves and one another, oh, there is no limit to how high we can go. Thank you all. I love you all. God bless you, and God bless this country we love.
That's a ceremony continuing. The former president greeting his wife after hearing her speak at this dedication ceremony. We are going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here live in Lake Mary, not Chicago, but we appreciate you joining us here today on this Thursday afternoon. I do want to get you to some sound from U.S. men's national team players. We have heard them speak every day this week as they are gearing up for a huge game tomorrow against Australia, 3 o'clock on Fox 35. You'll be able to watch that game coming to you live from Seattle. We know there are still some questions about the status of Christian Pulisic, whether he's going to be playing. He's been limited in practice all week with questions over his calf and how that's holding up. So still questions remain about that. But how is the U.S. men's national team preparing for tomorrow's game? Here's what they said at practice just a little bit ago.
Is it official that they are a team just as pragmatic and defensive as what you faced in the first game against Paraguay?
I think everyone's different in their own way. I think obviously Australia has their way of playing, and their teams make mistakes and teams don't make mistakes, and I think it'll all be shown tomorrow. How both of us go out there, and we're obviously studying each other's games to see how we can break them down, and I'm sure they're doing the same thing as well. It just comes down to doing it on the field.
Also, how do you keep the momentum from the first game now to the second game? Because everybody have their eyes for United States. You guys are pressure a lot, also from the sides attacking. How to keep the momentum in this second match?
Well, I think winning the first game is always a big step and a big accomplishment for any team that's competing in a World Cup. But I mean, we take one game at a time. It's one of those ones where you can get too excited and over celebrate your first victory, but you can't not enjoy it the way that it was and the way that we did it and the fashion that we did it in. So I think we want to carry over what we did in the first game to the second game, but it's going to ask for different things this game versus what we played against Paraguay. So we'll see how it is tomorrow.
For you, the freedom that Mauricio Pochettino has given you and Malik to switch and fluidity in positions, the Paraguay coach Gustavo Alfaro said that was the complex style that you guys played was so difficult. How are you guys fitting in with one another now that Pochettino's 11 that he's been looking for so long has been playing together?
I think we all fit in well with each other. I think he chose a roster where he can literally plug in players wherever he needs to plug in. We have 26 amazing guys and 26 players that are willing to fight and give everything for the team and for the badge that they're representing. And so obviously it's amazing whenever you get to know the playing style and build the chemistry day in and day out in trainings and in games and in real game situations. So I think we felt very good the way that we performed and the way that we played the game, but obviously there's always room to improve for any team and anyone. So yeah.
Wes, Ty said he thinks Christian Pulisic should be okay. What's your perspective?
Whatever Tyler said. I'll just I'll keep it at that.
What are you expecting out of Lumen Field and this Seattle fan base supporting this U.S. men's national team?
I mean, from what Rodon has told me, I think I expect a lot. So I think, it'll be an electric atmosphere, and they've always had some of the best fans in the league. So I'm hoping to get a great show out, and hopefully we can have the same energy that we had in SoFi.
Thanks, Beth. You said that you thought some similarities between you and Australia, maybe a team that was overlooked, or a team with a chip on their shoulder. Do you see, maybe not in styles that you play, but with attitudes, that you guys are similar teams in that regard?
Yeah, I think so. I think Australia is a team you should not underestimate. They're a very good team, a physical team. They have pace, strength. So it's not going to be an easy game.
How has been the communication with Alex Freeman? Because we play in front of you, and he was making you long balls in LA. How has been the communication with him?
Yeah, it's been a good communication. You know, we didn't play that many games together, so I think there is still room for improvement between us. But yeah, I think it's going well so far.
Talking about improvement, I know you guys won 4-1, but you also missed a lot of chances in the first half.
Yeah.
What was the message from Pochettino this week coming against Australia?
Yeah, I mean, we all know that Australia is a difficult opponent, you know, and obviously on paper, you know, you don't think they will win against anyone, but I think they're a team you shouldn't underestimate, and we discussed a lot of things about them, you know, how they can be dangerous and how we can be dangerous against them. So hopefully we can take advantage of that and show it tomorrow.
So Gino, what's the balance of understanding how well you guys played in the first game, how dynamic and quick, and understand that you guys can get too ahead of yourselves and stay very level-headed in this tournament?
Yeah, I mean, we play with a lot of confidence, and I feel like we did that from the start. You know, everybody is hungry, everybody is concentrated, and we got a great result against Paraguay. So you know, everybody is still motivated, and we want more, and that's why we can't wait to play the game tomorrow, and hopefully win that one as well. Because then, you know, everybody, you just feel it. You know, everybody starts believing in us, and just we get more support.
The keys to beating a team that likes to bear down in the block there, what do you have to do offensively?
Yeah, we just have to keep patience. You know, we just have to keep patience. You know, and then I don't want to tell all the tactics, you know, otherwise they know. But we just got to keep patience and wait for our moments. Yeah.
What does the mental approach need to be that the team needs to take to contain this high-energy Australian team?
Excuse me, one more time. I'm sorry.
Mentally,
yeah.
What do you think the team? How do you think the team should approach this high-energy Australia team?
The same way, or even more. You know, as I said, you know, we're very hungry, we're really motivated. So are they. But yeah, I think that they also saw how we played the last game, so they also know it's going to be really tough to play against us.
Where has the U.S. grown the most since Mauricio Pochettino?
I don't know, to be honest. You know, I think as a team, you know, we just played a different style of playing style, and I think also the brotherhood, you know, the chemistry. You know, everybody's just fighting for each other, and we had that. We had that also in the past, but you know, ups and downs. You know, but at the moment, I think we're really united, and we're just believing and have a great like belief. You know.
What have been your thoughts of that?
Believing in themselves and getting ready for a game against Australia, who also won their first match. Again, that one's scheduled for 3 o'clock Eastern tomorrow. You can watch it on Fox 35. Well, we are getting ready to take a quick break here on Fox Local, but we'll be back at the top of the hour. We will welcome in our TV audience joining us on Fox 35 Plus. We will also check in on a number of the big stories that we've been tracking today. We're going to check in with Jonah joining us live after speaking with new Magic head coach Sean Sweeney. We're going to check on the forecast with the Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard. We'll check in on some of the big stories in the Tampa area as well, and all kinds of stuff. You'll hear from Congresswoman Kat Cammack, who I had the chance to speak with earlier today as well. So keep it right.
reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Live and streaming. This is Florida Live.
Well, welcome into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live right now on Fox 35 Plus and also on Fox Local. We are continuing to track big news in Orlando today as the Orlando Magic introduce new head coach Sean Sweeney taking the helm and hoping to lead the team into the second round of the playoffs or even further, coming off of after he leaves a team that went to the NBA Finals. He was an assistant coach in San Antonio. Meanwhile, if you've been with us on Fox 35 News Plus earlier today, we've been watching the New York Knicks celebrate their championship in the streets of New York City today. But we just had the chance to hear from new head coach Sean Sweeney speaking live in Orlando, and joining us live now to talk about this, we've got Fox 35 sports reporter Jonah Karp joining us live right now. And Jonah, what were your takeaways from hearing from the Magic's new head guy?
You know, Garrett, I've been to several of these introductory press conferences. They all strike a different vibe. You know, sometimes you get a coach that's very fiery, really wants to deliver a message not only to the players that he's about to coach, but to the fan base. A lot of fan bases are starving for a title, starving for a playoff run when their team hires a new head coach. Look, this is a Magic team that's been to the playoffs the last several years. They just can't get out of the first round. And I wouldn't call Sean Sweeney fiery. That's not how I would describe this press conference. In fact, he was very measured. He was very disciplined in his approach. I don't know if that's a microcosm into his coaching style, but he took a very measured approach. And look, the fact is, he's been an assistant coach in this league for a very long time, for over a decade. He said this was 20 plus years in the making. He's been waiting a long time for this. It hasn't just been handed to him. You mentioned he was an associate head coach with the San Antonio Spurs. Before that, he really bounced around the NBA, started as a video coordinator with the then New Jersey Nets. He's been at this thing for a very long time, and finally he's getting his opportunity, his very first opportunity as an NBA head coach.
And we know he is known for his defensive prowess, but at the same time, this Orlando Magic team is one where the offense has been the big question mark. So what does he do to address that?
He was asked several questions about that. It was a question that I had going in, and other people asked, a million questions about it. And I'm glad they did, because he spoke in detail about his plan to turn the offense around. And he did say that defense complements offense. I wrote down some buzzwords when he was answering some of these questions, because I was very curious about this. Activating all five guys, a very important piece of all of this. Spacing, he emphasized, discipline, and the complementary aspect between the defense and the offense. It starts on the defensive side of the ball in his mind, and then it translates to the offensive side of the ball. Look, if that's his mentality, maybe it'll work. We know some of these guys can be explosive offensively. We know Franz Wagner can produce offensively. Paolo certainly can produce offensively. But that was the Achilles heel in that playoff run last year. We know what they are at their best. We know their identity under head coach Jamal Mosley was their defense, their aggressive, physical, tough defense that was seen in the NBA playoffs last year, albeit it was a short run. But but it was the offense and lack thereof, the fact that they couldn't score for 40 straight minutes that ignited the Pistons offense and ultimately lost them the series. That's going to be the big question going in. Is this team just good enough offensively? Because now they're getting another defensive coach, Garrett.
We also don't know necessarily what exactly this team might look like. There has been some speculation about some changes. There's been a lot of talk about Sean Sweeney's connections with Giannis. We don't know where Giannis is going to end up, but we also know Sweeney was asked about roster construction and also his thoughts on the core players on this team. What did he say about his thoughts on the makeup of this team right now and what might happen next?
Yeah, and I asked him about that too. And look, when he was first asked about roster construction, he pushed that off to Jeff Weltman, the team president, because he's like, whatever Jeff tells me to do. Ultimately, he's the one constructing the roster. The fact is, Garrett, most of the starters are locked into long-term deals. This is a team that doesn't have a first-round draft pick this year. Sean Sweeney is walking into a situation where he was basically handed a team and said, win now. That's the situation. Because the fact of the matter is, this team is what it is in the near future. There isn't a whole lot of room for creativity, flexibility in terms of roster construction. Sure, building the bench may be an emphasis this offseason, free agency trades, what have you, but the starting lineup is fairly intact. You need to maximize the guys in the starting lineup, and especially on the offensive side of the ball. We know they can produce defensively, but are they good enough to get over the hump offensively and really as a whole unit? Because I don't think this roster is changing much between now and when the season starts in the fall.
And Jonah, as you mentioned, you did get the chance to speak one-on-one with Coach Sweeney.
I sure did. Yeah, he's a really nice guy. We got a few minutes with him, and here's some of that conversation. Sean, welcome to Orlando. Congratulations. Big day for you. Who's here with you today?
Well, I've got some family here that we're all excited about. Everybody's happy to be here and ready to move forward.
You mentioned this has been 20 plus years in the making. Has the reality of being an NBA head coach really hit that kid, that NBA fan inside of you yet?
Yeah, I don't know if it ever will, but I'm grateful to be here and very fortunate, and in being here and seeing what everything is going on with the Magic for the first time in Orlando, I'm even more grateful.
Look, this is a roster where the majority of the starters are locked up on long-term deals. No first-round draft pick for the Magic this year. It doesn't appear there's a lot of creativity you have to work with in terms of building a roster. So with that being the case, why is this a roster that can win now, in your opinion?
Well, I think you've got talented players. You've got good positional size in a number of spots. You've got versatility. The questions earlier were about Paolo and Franz, but you've got other guys on the roster that are great players in this league. Wendell Carter, Jalen Suggs, who's near and dear to my heart. We grew up same hometown, so there's talent here, and now it's my job to do the best I can to take them to the next step. Foundation was laid here, and so I've got to build upon it.
But the reality is they haven't been out of the first round in the last 3 years. They haven't been out of the first round in the last decade and a half. These are Magic fans that are starving for a deep playoff run, right? What's your message to those Magic fans?
I'm starving too. We both want to eat. No, I'm excited to be here, and I think that we're going to work each and every day to get there.
You've been a mainstay on NBA sidelines for the last decade. You've worked under some great head coaches. What's a common thread among those great head coaches, and what are qualities you try to emulate?
Leadership, intention-based leadership. The best coaches I've been around lead as guides, not heroes. The players are the heroes. We're there to guide. We're there to support. And the best coaches I've been around, that's what they all do.
Look, you're here in Orlando. Disney World's right here. Favorite Disney movie, in your opinion, is what?
Lion King's a Disney movie?
It sure is.
Lion King.
Me too.
Yeah.
Great choice.
The best one.
It is the best one, yeah. Sean, congratulations.
Thanks.
Looking forward to covering
Thanks,
you.
man. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Sean.
I mean, whatever your NBA philosophy and kind of coaching mindset might be, no one can argue, I don't think, with the Lion King pick.
100%. He's got good taste in movies. And I want to add one thing, Garrett, before we wrap up this interview. Look, Billy Donovan was a name that was thrown around. Jeff Van Gundy was a name that was thrown around. Veteran NBA coaches who have coached at the highest level. Sean Sweeney is not that. He doesn't have NBA head coaching experience, but every NBA head coach had to start somewhere, right? And Jeff Weltman, in one of his first things that he said in this press conference was, when he was going through this process, Sean Sweeney stood out, and he thinks he has the potential to be one of the elite head coaches in the NBA. He was a name that was thrown around as one of the great assistant coaches for the last few years. Every NBA head coach has to start somewhere, and for Sean Sweeney, it's here in Orlando, Garrett.
Jonah, with the core of this players, of the core of this team, with these current players, with the expectations that they have had, that the fan base currently has, how much pressure is he facing to win now with this team?
You know, Jeff Weltman was asked that, and he sort of brushed it off. He doesn't really look at it like that. He's been asked that several times, really at the beginning of last season, when it seemed like the expectations were raised after the team traded for Desmond Bane. It's really hard to say. Look, the fans are starving. Sean Sweeney, when I talked to him, you heard it, said he's starving. Expectations are, of course, high, but I think it's also fair to not know and maybe not expect a whole lot out of this roster, because we've seen what this roster can produce, and they haven't been able to get out of the first round. So the expectation, I would say, is the first round. The hope is that Sean Sweeney is the right guy to get him past that first round.
All right, like you said, this is a fan base that is hungry, so hoping for more. There's no doubt about that. But a new era in Magic basketball. Fox 35 sports reporter Jonah Karp, thanks for joining us on Florida Live this afternoon.
Thank you, Garrett.
And as we go to break here on Florida Live, give you a live look right now at the Kia Center on this Thursday afternoon. Keep it right here. We'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon live on Fox Local and also on Fox 35 Plus. It is time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. And for that, we're going to bring in Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, joining us live from Tampa this afternoon. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Well, actor Faison Love is locked up in Hillsborough County after he was arrested earlier this week on an outstanding warrant. This has been our top story all day. We are told that the actor, who is widely recognized for his role as the store manager in the movie Elf, is being held without bond. So law enforcement records show that Love faces 2 contempt of court charges, and according to TMZ, the actor missed a child support hearing. And this is not the first time the comedian has dealt with law enforcement. Records show that Love has been arrested multiple times in the past on assault charges during his career, which includes roles in movies like Friday as well as Couples Retreat. Officials have not yet confirmed how much back child support is allegedly owed, and it remains unclear how long the actor will be held. Love is expected to appear before a judge in a Hillsborough County courtroom tomorrow. Garrett.
Yeah, Nancy, that is definitely something that's been getting a lot of attention on social media, and understandably very recognizable actor there and comedian, as you said, and certainly interesting to see these details and get a look at that mugshot.
Yes, that mugshot has definitely been gaining a lot of attention online. And again, we don't have a whole lot of information. He was arrested on that outstanding warrant on Tuesday right here in Hillsborough County, and he is facing 2 contempt of court charges. And again, TMZ is reporting that that all stems from some type of child custody hearing that he missed. So it will be interesting to learn more about this case as more details come out.
Next in our Tampa Connection, and Nancy, this is a very disturbing case out of Pinellas County, where an adoptive father facing very serious charges.
Yes, Pinellas County Sheriff Bob Gualtieri held a press conference yesterday to announce the arrest of John David Ballard. Investigators say that Ballard was caught on the messaging app Kik discussing sexually abusing his 7-year-old son. Deputies executed a search warrant on Ballard's phone earlier this month, and that's where they discovered dozens of graphic images of child pornography. Investigators say some of those images depicted children as young as 2 months old. Ballard is now facing 20 counts of possession of child pornography and 5 counts of sexual activity involving animals. Sheriff Gualtieri says Ballard and his husband were active members of the foster care community, and they even wrote a book about adoption. Now, between 2015 and 2023, the couple fostered 23 boys and adopted 5. Detectives have spoken to most of those children, who are now describing concerning behavior, including being forced to strip and stand in front of windows as punishment. The investigation is ongoing, and the Department of Children and Families is working to determine what will happen to the 4 adoptive children who are still living in that home. Ballard's husband has not been arrested. Garrett?
Just disturbing allegations there, and really your heart just breaks for these kids who may have been originally in tough situations, put in foster care for hopes of a better situation, and then found themselves in just another, what investigators have described as another terrible situation potentially.
Yes, this is definitely a heartbreaking and very disturbing situation. Again, between 2015 and 2023, Ballard and his husband, they fostered more than 20 children, and they adopted 5 of those children. And the sheriff's office, they said that Ballard is being charged based on those messages that they found on Kik describing him sending text messages about sexually abusing that 7-year-old son of his, but they said as of right now they do not have enough evidence to charge him in any other cases or with any other crimes. So this is another one that we are definitely keeping our eye on to see what happens here.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And now finally, Nancy, in our Tampa Connection, another sad story here as we learn more about a young mother killed in a crash in St. Pete.
Yes, a young mother was just 29 years old, and she had 5 children, and now her mother, as well as an attorney, they are fighting for accountability as investigators continue to review this case. So Danesha Addison says that she is still struggling to process the death of her daughter, Tamara Williams, who was killed in the early morning hours of May 6th. And according to the St. Petersburg Police Department, Williams was a passenger in a Toyota Camry that was backing out of a gas station on Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Street South near 9th Terrace South. And that's when it collided with a southbound Jeep Wrangler. Williams died at the scene. The crash report indicates the posted speed limit in the area is 35 miles per hour, and the Jeep driver was traveling about 50 miles an hour at the time of the crash. And more than a month after the collision, police say no charges have been filed. Addison describes her daughter as energetic, loving, and deeply devoted to family and friends. She says the loss has left a void not only in her life, but also in the lives of Williams' 5 daughters. Addison believes more should be done in this case and hopes investigators continue pursuing answers. She says everyone just needs to be cautious and mindful on the road. Her concern extends beyond her family's loss, adding that speeding has long been an issue in that particular stretch of highway. Attorney Okoye Morgan represents the family and says they are seeking for the police department, detectives, and the state attorney's office to work together to bring justice for this family. Morgan argues that speed was a significant factor in the crash. In addition to seeking potential criminal accountability, the family is also exploring the possibility of filing a civil lawsuit. Garrett?
Gosh, Nancy, you talk about something that has ripple effects and something that's going to impact this family for generations to come. 5 daughters who lost their mother in this crash.
Yes, that's five daughters did lose their mother in this crash. And again, this is another heartbreaking story because they lost their mother. And also Tamara's mother lost her daughter, and she is the one fighting for justice on behalf not only of her daughter, but also her 5 grandchildren.
Right, Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa Connection this afternoon.
Thank you.
We are going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, and we will be right back.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back into Florida Live. I've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard joining me live now with our Florida Live forecast. And Laurel, the headline, not just today, but probably the next couple of days, is the heat.
It's hot.
Yeah. That's all. All right. Thanks for joining us.
Honestly, that's it. We'll wrap it up today. But seriously, it is the kind of day that as soon as you step outside, Garrett, it not only just instant sweat, but it's almost like it kind of takes you by surprise because it's even like a little tough to breathe out there, I have to say.
Yes, that suffocating kind of humidity.
Yes, and that's pretty much what we're not only going to be seeing through the rest of the afternoon, but we're also going to be seeing, taking a look ahead to Friday. So if you didn't know, there's heat advisories issued all across Central Florida, and there's a reason why, because it feels hot out there. And not only just because if we take our daily high temperature of what it's going to be, we're already about 5 degrees above average than what we normally are for this time of year. But adding in that humidity along with it, it feels well above 105 degrees, which is why we have those heat advisories in effect until 7 p.m. tonight. So we can see in areas, especially across Marion, Alachua County, even backing down towards Sumter County, all across Central Florida, it's hot, and that's why the National Weather Service decided to put out a heat advisory to go along with it. This is what it feels like outside right now. And I feel like the numbers just speak for themselves. Feeling like 107 in Orlando, 111 in Titusville, 106 in Melbourne, 107 up in Gainesville right now. That's how it feels, and it's probably even going to be a couple degrees warmer as we head into a little bit later on today. But that is why we have a storm team alert in effect for today and tomorrow because of the heat, but also we do have a lot of widespread storms that are going to be picking up a little bit later on tonight. But mainly for today, it is the heat. It feels like upwards of 111 degrees. And then on top of that, we're going to be seeing some widespread storms a little bit later on today. So that's kind of what we're talking about with the heat. For now, we're already starting to see some of those storms pick up down by Lakeland and Zephyr Hills. We're starting to see some of those storms really pick up across the region, and these are going to become a lot more widespread as we head into a little bit later on this evening. So here's around 6:30 when the evening commute is in full swing, especially if you're traveling along I-4, I-95, right around Daytona. So basically from Titusville up to Daytona Beach. Be careful, take it low, take it slow, because we are going to be seeing that torrential downpours that we normally see on our summer afternoons. But again, this is just going to be in full swing through the rest of the evening. A little bit later on, a couple of these storms could pack a little bit of a punch. So just making sure, again, you're being careful. And if you do hear any thunder, make sure you do get inside. Here's when we take a look at those storms slowly starting to quiet down. Some of them may be lingering a little bit later on tonight. And then we do see things quiet down for that morning commute tomorrow. But pretty much for your Friday, it's a rinse and repeat of today. Not only is it going to be hot, it's going to be humid, but we are going to be seeing even more of those storms pick up as we take a look later on for your Friday. So here's lunch hour. If you do have an early start to Father's Day weekend, things are looking good. At about 4:30, that's when we can see those storms pick up. A little bit of a difference. We're going to see a cold front try to usher in some of those storms, and that's why, especially along I-95 corridor, that's where we could be seeing the more potential of those storms. Taking a look ahead to Friday afternoon. But again, most of these storms going to be lingering later, so just a heads up for that. And we are going to be keeping those rain chances around for quite a bit. Things start to taper off on Sunday, but the majority of the rain is going to be happening over the next 2 days for sure, Garrett.
And things we're going to need to be aware of as we're trying to plan out that Father's Day weekend.
Yes, so if we do take a look ahead towards Father's Day, an early look, things can still change. We are going to be expecting much more scattered storms compared to what we're going to be seeing over the next couple of days. One thing that is not changing, the heat and the humidity. So Dad, if you are going out to the golf course, maybe trying to fire up the grill a little bit later on, make sure you're drinking plenty of water and not taking it too hard out there, because we are going to be seeing especially those temperatures still in the mid 90s on Sunday. So it is going to be hot and steamy for sure. And we are going to be continuing to see just, again, a lot more of that heat and humidity. Wouldn't be surprised if we did see more of these heat advisories get issued as we take a look ahead to the weekend.
Now let's talk tropics here, because we are seeing Tropical Storm Arthur kind of moving through, and we know that some places along the Gulf feeling some pretty strong impacts today with flooding, tornadoes, I believe, even.
Yes, and so, Garrett, if you remember with Milton, we were on the dirty side of that storm, so we kind of had multiple chapters within that system. We had the tornadoes first, the wind, and then the rain. This is kind of what areas now across the Gulf Coast are starting to experience, and so here is a live look at tracking the tropics right now with our tropical satellite, and we can see right here, we're really starting to see some of those remnants pick back up a little bit of strength. So actually a little bit of, it almost seems misleading at first. You would think that the center is kind of right in southern Mississippi, kind of moving into southern Alabama. It's actually back in Louisiana. That's the central part of that circulation. And as these remnants kind of break up, lose strength, gain strength, it's going to be dropping a lot of rain. And we can see here right now, there is some rotation associated with this system. There is heavy, heavy rain. So you can see not only severe thunderstorms thrown in the radar, flash flooding, flash flood emergencies happening. And we're also seeing flood warnings all the way up through Atlanta. And Atlanta hasn't even touched this storm yet. So we're going to be really keeping close tabs, but also tornado watches. We've been keeping an eye on active tornadoes happening and popping up all along the Gulf Coast, because again, we see those sea breezes collide with this storm that already has circulation associated with it, and that's just easy enough for a very brief spin up, and even some storms that have actually been on the ground for quite a while. So we're going to be really keeping tabs on the survey of this storm after this moves through, but it doesn't look like these remnants are over yet. So here's a little bit of a closer look. Lots of lightning from New Orleans all the way up to Mobile, Alabama, seeing especially in areas across central Alabama, lots of rain, and this is tracking up towards areas across Atlanta as we head through the next couple of hours. But on Friday, Garrett, there's a shot that this could even redevelop back into a tropical low. So something interesting about this. Normally when we see a storm totally disintegrate, remnants are just being tracked, we most of the time go on to the next name. But this is still technically a tropical low. So if this continues to hold and moves off the Carolina and Virginia coastline and reforms, it has a 10% chance as of right now happening within the next 48 hours and within the next 7 days. It's a low chance, but it's a non-zero chance. It is still going to be known as Arthur, just because of it still having that circulation and still being called a tropical system. If it does re-strengthen, it's just going to continue to hold the name Tropical Storm Arthur, as opposed to going to the next name on the list being Bertha.
And so at that point, you expect that it would just continue moving further into the Atlantic, not doing any sort of crazy curling or coming back, to land.
Yes, that's as of right now. Only a couple of models are showing it kind of re-strengthening even back into a tropical low. We also kind of have a cold front, and as you remember, as we saw with our storms on Saturday, we also have kind of this cold front kind of moving things into areas across northern Florida. It could totally be sheared apart across there. That's what some models are showing. Other models are showing that it could try to re-strengthen back up as we take a look on Friday. So that's something that we're going to be watching for sure. But those models that are showing that re-strengthening, keep it moving away from the Atlantic coast. So hopefully it stays that way.
How common is that for something like this to kind of, like you said, be remnants right now, then continue to move and then reform, redevelop again?
Honestly, when we're talking about tropics, it's very much a Goldilocks effect. There can be warm ocean water, which we have in the Gulf, that kind of helped with that formation from when this system was originally Christine. If you remember earlier on last week, Tropical Storm Christine was actually in the Pacific Ocean, and some of that storm energy and some of that circulation moved over into the Caribbean Sea, moved over the Yucatan Peninsula, and then we had Arthur yesterday. Arthur picked up in strength, barely held on to tropical storm strength, and then from there moved inland, kind of broke off a little bit. By 11 p.m. last night, it was a tropical depression. So it was almost kind of done and over with, but because we still have that just little bit of circulation still associated with this storm, it's still tropical activity, even though it is far inland. Now, there's not a lot of shear over the Gulf right now, or especially now where it is inland. There's not a whole lot of shear, but we also do have a cold front that's kind of moving in all this tropical moisture. We got tropical moisture, not a whole lot of shear. It's just all these ingredients that just come together perfectly that still keeps this storm, even though it's quite literally on the line, still holding those tropical characteristics. And that's why if again it did kind of move into the Atlantic and reform, it would still hold the name Arthur because we're still talking about the same tropical system.
And then is it one of those situations where as soon as it hits that water again, that kind of gives it some more fuel, enough to, enough kind of new juice to reform at that point instead of continuing to die off if it...
It could. Like, that's one of the things, again, that Goldilocks kind of perspective, because we have that cold front moving in. It could create just a little bit too much here that it totally gets plowed out. But again, we have that warm water, and we've been talking about this quite a bit, that especially in June, the Gulf and the East Coast are the main two areas that we watch, especially when we see that summer and warm weather starting to pick back up again. And so along the East Coast is one of the areas where we're seeing that really warm 85-degree ocean water, which is, again, Goldilocks effect of seeing that really higher potential, but again, only one of the characteristics that we really track when we're talking about the formation of tropical activity. So again, right now, only a couple of the models showing that it could re-strengthen, but it's still a shot that it could. So we're not kind of counting anything out quite yet, but it's going to be a wait and see kind of thing to see if this even holds as it makes its way even closer to the Carolinas, because we still got a little bits of ways to go.
Interesting setup.
It is an interesting setup. So definitely keeping us on our toes for sure.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Fox 75 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Garrett.
As we go to break here on Florida Live, let's give you a live look right now at Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera. We'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Let me get you live right now to Chicago, where former President Barack Obama is speaking right now at the Dedication Center for the Obama Presidential Center. There's been a long ceremony been going on. The former President Obama, one of 4 former presidents at this ceremony. Joe Biden, Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, all in attendance as well. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
Some unattainable past that we can dream about and say, oh, we miss you, Barack. They're meant to remind us of who we can be, to remind us of what's possible, so we can forge ahead, clear-eyed and confident, and do the work that still needs to be done. We can learn from the past, but America's story isn't frozen in the past. It has chapters yet to be written, not by one person or a few people, not by Barack and Michelle, or anybody with a fancy title or a high office, but by all of us. You know, one of the things a lot of presidential libraries now have in common is a replica of the Oval Office. And if you take a peek at the one inside this building, you will see some objects that carried some special meaning for me during the time that I was in office. There's a program that a friend from the South Side gave me that he had retrieved from the 1963 March on Washington. He was there. There's a Norman Rockwell painting of the Statue of Liberty with workers hanging on ropes, burnishing the torch that she holds aloft. And on the rug, you'll read words from some of America's greatest leaders, including a quote that inspired that arch that you see right there at the south end of the plaza by Martin Puryear. The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. And it's a quote that was often invoked by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., but it originally comes from a Boston minister's sermon more than 170 years ago. And at the time, the abolitionist cause seemed lost. The Compromise of 1850 had made harboring fugitive slaves a crime under federal law, even in those states that had abolished slavery. And in a case that garnered national attention, a young fugitive in Boston had been seized and tried and marched to the wharf by hundreds of armed officers, where he was summarily put on a ship bound for the South, where he would remain in shackles and chains. And it was a moment of profound uncertainty and despair. A moment the minister called darker than any New England had witnessed. We do not see, Reverend Theodore Parker observed, that justice is always done on earth. Many a knave is rich, sleek, and honored, while the just man is poor, hated, and in torment. I do not pretend, the preacher said, to understand the moral universe. The arc is a long one. My eye reaches but little ways. I cannot calculate the curve and complete the figure by the experience of sight. I can divine it by conscience. But from what I see, I am sure it bends towards justice. The good Reverend was under no illusions about the perils and obstacles facing the abolitionist cause. His words offered no easy answers, no comforting assurances that he or his congregation would live to see the progress they so desperately sought. Rather, his was a declaration of faith, a defiant call, not to abandon hope or give way to fear, but to stay true to our better selves and true to one another, and to keep fighting to fulfill the promise of this nation, even in the face of cruelty and bitter disappointment, even in the face of impossible odds. It is that spirit that we open the center today. The same spirit that so many of you showed all those years ago. The same spirit that inspired generations of Americans to meet the challenges of their time. The same spirit that is alive and well here on the south side of Chicago. The same spirit that will see America and the world through its present trials. There is a new generation out there, ready to write the next chapter of our story. We intend to help them do it, and we ask that you join us. Thank you. God bless you. God bless the United States of America.
Heads up, win. Heads up. Yeah, he's knocked off.
Former President Barack Obama speaking there and then greeting some of the former presidents who are there with him. Meanwhile, it appears we're getting ready to hear from Bruce Springsteen, who is expected to perform at this event going on live in Chicago. We have seen musical performances from a number of artists who are at that ceremony going on live right now in Chicago that began shortly after noon, so about 2.5 hours now that has been going. Meanwhile, some new technology that Walt Disney World has announced they are teaming up with Adobe to use. It's some AI technology that is going to allow them to, well, it's called an Adobe Firefly Foundry model. It's a proprietary model for businesses that have partnered with Adobe, and it's going to allow them to innovate faster and, as they say, supercharge Imagineering creativity and world building. Had the chance to speak earlier today with Matthew Miller, with America's Theme Park Technologist, to break down what this might look like and what this might mean for theme parks fans here in Central Florida. How big is this?
Well, I think it's a big deal. And the first reason I say it's a big deal, Disney and AI have both been in the news a lot recently. You may remember back in March, they backed down to their OpenAI deal. And there was a lot of concern around, hey, is Disney really going to play in the AI game? What's happening here? So I think this is them showing, hey, not only do we believe in AI, we're going all in on AI. This is more of a back-end deal than a consumer, but I think it's a really big deal.
And so when we're talking about, this is something that's going to be potentially a game changer in some ways for the Imagineers, for the design teams. Just talk to us about how they're going to be able to use this technology.
Yes, that's a great point. You know, recently with AI, there's been a lot of discussion of how do you protect the assets. So one of the big reasons that the OpenAI deal fell apart was Disney didn't feel like the assets were protected enough. You know, you look at, hey, we've got Mickey Mouse, we've got Donald Duck. You can put them anywhere you want to. They're playing, you know, beach volleyball, whatever the case is. And when you allow the consumers to get really creative with your characters, there's a lot of things you got to be careful of, right? And obviously protection comes into play. What's really cool about this is they're going to be able to protect all of their assets in an enterprise license, but for a back-end deal. So to your point, this is going to be a tool that's really going to change the design process for Disney Imagineering. And I think what we're going to find is that from the creation of an idea to the first day that a guest puts their butt in a roller coaster, that timeline is going to be getting a whole lot shorter.
That's exciting news for folks, I think.
Yeah, and you know, one thing I'd like to call out, I don't think the general public really realizes these overall timelines that happen for projects like this. So, you know, a Disney or whoever you want to pick, large theme park organization, they will often announce a project, let's say 1.5 to 2 years out. You know, we recently saw, for instance, at Disney, you know, that the Monsters Land is coming, or, you know, Villains Land is coming. And on those, we don't have an opening date, but we know where they're going to. We know what plots of land are being used. Normally when that happens, that's when the guests start saying, oh, you could do a Monsters Land. You could do, you know, Villains, whatever the case is. And they start thinking of iterations at that point. What you don't realize is for Imagineering, these projects have been going for years, if not decades. And once it's announced, that project is really basically finalized at that point. Whereas before that, you know, it could have been, we're going to do a boat ride, we're going to do a roller coaster, we're going to do a simulator. And I think that that early design phase is where this tool is really going to come in handy.
Because there are so many steps in that process that, you know, those of us who are not part of that process and or maybe have never been part of that process don't really understand what all goes into it. But when you have, you know, when you think of how most of us use AI, it's to, create some efficiencies and really kind of streamline some processes. And this is no different. I mean, 3 initial workflows: rough sketch to 2D concept art, custom image model to create concept art of current Disney IPs during the design process, and then turning that 2D concept art into a 3D model. Yeah. So just some of these cumbersome parts of the process streamlined.
That's right. And I do want to call out too, though, it's not getting rid of anyone. That's always been a big debate. Yeah. Hey, if Imagineering goes to AI, are they going to lay off the team? I think a really great example of this would be me and you. Let's say we sit down and we say, hey, I want a roller coaster and I want it to be fast. I want it to go upside down a couple of times and make it a minute long. Well, AI would produce that. But if you sit down with an Imagineer that can really speak the language of the industry, they're going to say, make it this style of track. I want this type of magnet with this type of fin when it launches into this type of element. And then from there, with this AI model, they're going to be to pull in assets from, hey, give me this from Hong Kong, give me this from Shanghai, give me this from Disneyland, because these models are going to be based on current intellectual properties and projects, both that are in the park and even ideas that weren't launched, that they think, hey, this is a good idea, let's shelve it. That model is going to be learning from it.
And that's probably an important part of this too, is that this is a partnership with Disney, and it is back end, it is proprietary. So it's kind of keeping that, making sure to, and there's also the engineer, the Imagineer is still involved, so it can make sure to keep that Disney flavor, that Disney feel that we all know and that we all love.
Very much so. I mean, if you were to throw in this tool and all of a sudden you can build a roller coaster a third of the time, but it's not a good product, who wants that, right? Disney's not trying to build a whole lot of not great products. They want to build even more great products in a much shorter time frame. So I think we're going to see that. And to your point, being able to pull those other models in from existing parks or non-existing projects that they've shelved, I think that's really going to streamline the process.
Yeah, and with the really need for Disney and others to kind of really keep things rolling when it comes to expansion, we've seen just how fast things are moving right now. This can just take things to a whole nother level.
Yeah, I think it will. And there's been a lot of talk. I mean, you look at Epic Universe down the street was built in roughly the same amount of time as Tron. And out in the public, when you say, hey, it's taken us the time to build one coaster as the guys down the street are building an entire theme park, obviously they'd never say that publicly, but people, the public says it. Now, does that mean that everything Disney builds is that slow? No, but I just think that speed is what's going to be the name of the game here, and this tool is going to be like a bottle rocket in the hands of these Imagineers.
Matthew Miller, America's theme park technologist, thanks so much for joining us and talking about this with us.
Thanks for having me. Great to see you.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon. An NBA champion is taking the helm as the first basketball coach for the new men's basketball program at Florida Polytechnic University in Lakeland. So exciting times ahead. And we're talking about Dennis Hobson, who not only is an NBA champion, but he was also the former 3rd overall draft pick in the NBA. So someone who has had a successful career, now bringing that here to Central Florida. And joining us live now via Zoom to talk about this, we are joined by Dennis Hobson, the new head men's basketball coach at Florida Polytechnic University. Coach Hobson, we appreciate you joining us today.
Appreciate you having me.
So first of all, how are things going as you really work on kind of kickstarting this program?
Well, as you said, it's a new program, and super excited to be here. 1, 2, we're looking forward to doing some great things. And right now we're in the process of putting together a team, which is not easy, but we'll get it done. We'll figure it out.
How is this job different than other jobs you've come into where, you've coached before, you know what it's like, but how is this one different? How is this one more challenging when you are starting things from scratch?
Well, I've been here before. I worked for Rolly Massimino back in 2007 when Northwood University in West Palm Beach started their program, which is now Kaiser. So I know how it is to put together a new program. But like you said, there's going to be challenges. But again, I'm the guy for the challenge, and I'm super excited to be where I am today.
What are you most excited about as you take on this new role?
Having the opportunity to touch kids through the game of basketball. I think the university is a great place. And I know with them bringing sports here, it's going to generate a lot of energy. So I'm just super excited about being able to put hands on young men that want to learn life skills through the game of basketball.
Yeah, what is your message to folks about the difference that having this program is going to do for kids there?
Well, it's not. I always tell kids it's not about basketball. It's what basketball can do for you. You're going to live a lot longer than you play the game of basketball. So, again, we just want to learn through the game of basketball. Again, I'm looking for high-character kids that we can trust, kids that we can believe in, and kids that I know that can get the job done on and off the court. But, again, it's just I can't say it enough. I'm overjoyed to be here starting this new program.
Coach, you played with Michael Jordan. What did you learn from him that maybe you still carry with you today?
He's super competitive. I think everything was a challenge for Mike. And again, it was great being a teammate of his. And again, I'm the same type of person that likes that commitment, the challenges, and just looking for guys that can compete on and off the court. I think that's very important for us here at Poly.
Yeah, like you said, getting the right type of player. How important is that? Being able to shape and mold them off the court as well.
Again, I think I was a player that didn't cause a lot of problems, so I'm looking for guys that they're not going to do the same. And again, it's very important when you're trying to build a team because, when you have that type of kid that's not reliable, that's going to cause problems, that can cause problems within your team. So again, we want guys that's going to be and you're going to hear me say it all the time, high character, guys that's accountable for themselves, and guys that's going to represent the university in the right way.
What's the goal as you head into this first season, Coach?
To win as many games as we can. I think that's the goal. No, let me say, just to try to put a good product on the floor, so people that come out to watch, they can appreciate what we're trying to do and what we're trying to bring here to Poly.
Well, we're excited to see what you can bring there. What's the bottom line? What you want people to know when they see this?
You're dealing with a group of guys that have the core values of family, integrity, balance, respect, attitude, and leadership. That's something that I stand by, and hopefully we get guys that can mimic my voice, and we can do some good things in the future.
Yeah, starting a new era there at Florida Polytechnic University. Has to be exciting. We'll be cheering you on, Coach. Thanks so much for taking the time to join us here on Florida Live today.
Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Yeah, exciting stuff going on there in Lakeland, and enjoyed speaking with Coach Hobson. We are out of time here on Florida Live, but I appreciate you joining us today. I want to let you know that our live streaming news coverage does continue. So if you're watching us on on Fox Local, if you're watching us on YouTube or Facebook or anything like that, don't go anywhere. We've got more things coming up. If you're watching us on Fox 35 Plus right now, thanks for joining us today. And as we wind down our time together, let me go ahead and give you a live look right now at Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera. See someone flying a kite out there. Beautiful evening in Volusia County. Thanks for joining us.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Had the chance to speak earlier today with Congresswoman Kat Cammack, who spoke with me about her Answering the Call Act. If you were with us earlier in the week, we heard her talking about this at a news conference where she was talking about providing resources and having things in place to help first responders who may be going through mental crises. We know they deal with so much in the job. They deal with so much tragedy, and many carry that weight with them around the clock. Maybe hard to put it away when they go home, and they just deal with the weight of what they see firsthand in their job day in and day out. And so Congresswoman Cammack spoke with me about the importance of this bill, what she hopes to see come from it on Capitol Hill. Congresswoman Cammack, we appreciate your time today. Talk to us first of all about what this Answering the Call Act entails.
Well, thanks for having me. And, this is something that is a really difficult conversation to have, but unfortunately, every community is being impacted by the mental health crisis within the first responder community. So the Answering the Call Act of 2026, it creates a new pathway for first responders to utilize the 988 National Suicide Hotline with clinicians that are trained specifically for the scenarios that first responders face. It doesn't cost the taxpayers any additional money, but it just reroutes a lot of the funding that's currently going towards this program towards better training, more targeted training, and of course awareness for our first responders.
Why is that so important to have that experts, specific training for these folks who are taking these calls? What is it about what these first responders are dealing with that may require a little bit of a different response?
Well, I can tell you, as the wife of a first responder, my husband, Matt, is a firefighter and SWAT medic and a 19-year veteran of the Gainesville Fire Rescue. And what I have seen over the course of the last decade is when he goes to a very difficult call, whether it's a fire, a vehicle accident, you name it, a barricaded subject, which requires a SWAT call out, he is forced to day in, day out, basically compartmentalize those situations. Some end in great tragedy. I can remember times where he would come home and he would tell me about kids that were in a fire and how they had to deal with that. And life goes on every single day. And these first responders are answering the call in the worst moments of a person's life, and then they have to keep on going to the next call and the next call, and then they have their own lives that they they have to deal with. And so it's that sustained level of trauma day in and day out over the course of a 20, 25, 30-year career. And we know in the military with these deployments that there has now been, thankfully, a redirection of how you deal with PTSD and the mental trauma that they are exposed to. That hasn't been addressed in the first responder community. And so we've seen a real lack of clinicians just generally in the mental health space nationally. But when it comes to first responders, again, what they're seeing is something that would be extremely traumatic for any individual to see. And they're seeing it repeatedly throughout their shift over the course of decades. And that's why you need someone who is especially trained for this type of trauma exposure.
In your news conference in Ocala the other day, you talked about the suicide rate that we're seeing among first responders, and you had strong words about it and said, bottom line, that's unacceptable. Why is that unacceptable, what we're seeing right now, these trends?
Well, think about this. I mean, when you call 911, there is an expectation that there is going to be someone on the other line answering the call, and they always do. So from the dispatcher that takes the call in to the folks that respond, be it police, fire, sometimes both, and of course the EMS when there is a medical emergency or an incident, they're also responding. When you think about the fact that, like I said, there's this repeated exposure to these traumatic events that adds up over time, you're starting to see, and I've seen studies across the board, some as high as 40% higher rates amongst the first responder community of suicide than in general population. That is unacceptable. But it's not just the mental health. We're also seeing the pressures and some of the things that they're dealing with, like carcinogen exposure. So firefighters, for example, they have a 3 times greater chance of getting cancer than your everyday American. And it's because of all of the things that they're exposed to. So you have high stress environments, incredible tragedies, tons and tons of mental and physical resilience required. And they're doing this job from the position of public service. It's because they want to serve. So you have people who are really in a high stakes job doing this because they love their community. And so when I say it's unacceptable that this has not been addressed, I mean it. I don't mean it just from a personal standpoint as the wife of a first responder, but as someone who really honors and values the first responder community. It is unacceptable, and we need to do everything we can to save the lives of those that are in crisis.
Having resources like this and ways for these first responders to seek help, is this kind of the least we owe those first responders for the service that they are giving our communities across the state of Florida?
Absolutely. Goes without saying. We need to be really setting our folks up who sign up to serve for success. And that means giving them the resiliency on the front end, which is another issue that we're continuing to work on. But then when crisis strikes, they know that we have their backs every single day. They don't ask questions of what your party affiliation is, who you know, what part of town you're in. There are no questions asked. They just answer the call. And we should be doing the exact same, answering the call when they need us most. We know that there is a mental health crisis in this country, and it is extremely prevalent amongst the first responder community. But again, these are a bunch of really tough guys and gals, and a lot of times they don't reach out for help. This is us answering the call for them in return after they've done so much for us.
And it's one of those things that's so hard because, you know, we talk about high suicide rates and just difficulty not only with first responders, but you mentioned it earlier with veterans. And so these are people who give so much to their country, to their communities, and it's hard to grapple with the fact that they can be struggling so much when they finish their service or when they come home at the end of a tough shift. I mean, it's something that's hard for those who may not be first responders or may not be veterans to kind of wrap their heads around just how hard this is.
Absolutely. It really is so incredibly difficult. And, I think about how sometimes my husband has come home after his shift, a 24-hour shift, and, I'll ask, how did it go? How was your day? How was the shift? And sometimes he wants to answer and sometimes he doesn't. And, he wants to be present for our family and be positive and happy. But sometimes when you have dealt with a really traumatic situation, I remember one case, he responded to a car accident accident that had a drug overdose involved. There were kids in the car. It was extremely traumatic. And, you know, he kind of hit the high notes, but then he tucks it away in the back of his brain. And so many of our first responders, they're doing the exact same thing. They get home the next day from that shift and they want to kiss their spouse and, you know, hug their kids and put on that happy face. They don't want to burden people in their mind with what they've been through and what they've seen. And so while we have seen new peer support programs through these departments pop up, there's so much more that we could be doing. And in talking about the specific nature of this, whether it's in the veterans community or within the first responder community, you need counselors that are trained to really address what these folks are going through and how you can work them through these call outs in these situations where they know that they did absolutely everything and they can really put to bed some of the horrible things that they've seen while on the job.
When it comes to this legislation, what has the reception been and what are the next steps? Walk us through what you're working on with this Answering the Call Act now.
Well, Garrett, I'm so glad that you asked because this is where you and your viewers can be actually a part of the team on this one. We need as many people as possible to call their member of Congress and ask them to co-sponsor the Answering the Call Act of 2026. This is a bill that transcends party. It transcends wherever you are in the country. And this is why it's so important that every member of Congress, Republican and Democrat, get on board. And so right now it's working its way through the committee process, and we hope to have this passed out of the House, kicked over to the Senate, and on the president's desk by the end of the year. But we can't do it without everyone making that 2-minute phone call to your senator and your congressman and asking them to co-sponsor the Answering the Call Act of 2026.
Congresswoman Kat Cammack, thanks so much for joining us today and talking about this important topic.
Appreciate you guys covering it. Have a good one.
Now I've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard joining me live here as we are tracking a severe thunderstorm warning in part of Marion County. What can you tell us about what you're watching there?
Yeah, Garrett, the storm kind of just picked up pretty quickly, so that is one of the reasons why we were seeing a severe thunderstorm warning, kind of not only with the sea breezes colliding, but we also have some energy kind of picking up. Here's the latest on that. So severe thunderstorm warning in effect for central Marion County, especially if you're in the Ocala area up towards Reddick. This is right along I-75 and also U.S. Route 25. This is where we're seeing just heavy amounts of rain, but the main reason why this was called from the National Weather Service is because of the 60-mile-per-hour wind. So lots of wind and also the potential for about quarter is in the coin-sized hail. That is also a possibility within this storm. So severe thunderstorm warning in effect for 3:30 p.m. again, central Marion County. So Reddick, Ocala areas. Let me take the lightning off. Areas across Martin, Zuber, Kendrick, you are also included within this severe thunderstorm warning, including Silver Springs as well. So to back out just a little bit, so we are using the Jacksonville radar in order to get a good look at this storm. And where this is heading is up towards the northeast. So we can see areas especially across Lowell, Spar, Citra. You're going to be impacted within the next half hour of this storm. Looks to be moving pretty quick though, northeast at 20 miles per hour. That's how quick that storm is moving. So also seeing the potential of about half-inch sized hail according to the radar. Let's actually give that a check to see what's going on in there to see if there is the potential for any hail. Doesn't look like we're seeing any from our Melbourne radar, but it also doesn't look as if we're seeing any from our Jacksonville radar quite yet. So that might just be how the prediction is going currently. But just again, to get the best look at this storm, we are looking at our Jacksonville radar. So to take a look at the wind speeds, because again, this is mainly a wind event. And as we do take a look right here, we could be seeing especially areas across just north of Ocala, could be seeing, I would say radar estimated about 30-mile-per-hour winds, 26-mile-per-hour winds. Okay, not too bad. But again, we are looking from Jacksonville. So a little bit of radar science. So even though those numbers don't look super impressive, this radar is being shot all the way from up here. So to give a little bit of science behind the storm, we have about 90 miles in between what we're seeing from the radar versus what we're trying to estimate in Ocala right now. So with that, there is going to be a couple of numbers that are off, but expected within this storm in total is going to be the potential for up to 60-mile-per-hour winds. Good news, Garrett, not seeing any rotation or anything that's sticking out as rotation, so I think we are set in that aspect when we're coming from more of a tornado threat. I think this is more of just a wind and hail potential, as well as really, really heavy rain. You kind of have that traffic camera. Where's that? Right along I-75?
Yes, I-75 northbound, 358 mile marker. I'm not exactly sure that exact location, maybe near Reddick.
Yeah, so that would be somewhere more probably up here, just as it doesn't look like there's a whole lot of rain coming down on the...
And let me see here, if we've got another angle too, I can show you kind of from that same area.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Where you can see kind of the slowdown of traffic and can see a little bit more about the impact on the roadways through that construction zone as well.
Yeah, I'm sure it's going to be pretty slow moving, especially on I-75, just north of Ocala. So I think it's just off the Ocala exit if you're coming northbound, getting onto the Ocala exit if you're coming in southbound. That area probably going to be slow. We had just torrential rain move over from that region, and also there's a lot of lightning associated with this as well. So again, nothing out of the ordinary when we're talking about those Florida afternoon evening storms. With this storm in particular, doesn't matter how much lightning there is, it is really just focused on the wind potential and the hail potential. If there is any threat of that wind going over 45 miles per hour, it gets flagged as severe. Same as if there is any hail that's over 1/4 of an inch in diameter, also flagged as severe. So this is, again, a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for central Marion County, in effect until 3:30 p.m. So we have about 15 minutes in this severe thunderstorm warning. Giving a quick check with the National Weather Service, they are going to be keeping this valid until 3:30 p.m. So even though it is, the part of the storm does look like it's weakening, but it does look like this cell over here does seem to be picking back up just a little bit. So what I'm seeing here is that even though this part of the storm looks like it's starting to weaken, this part does look at it like it is starting to increase in strength a little bit. So just to kind of take a look at everything to make sure we're covering our bases here, it is mainly a wind event. So this is looking at the wind potential for this storm. Again, this is looking from the Jacksonville radar to get the best view of this storm. And it does look like the winds are coming down, especially in the storm that is to the left. So moving over Reddick right now, just north of Ocala, that's where we're seeing the storm, I think, starting to weaken. Moving to the storm on the right, that's just to the northeast of Ocala, probably trying to strengthen up a little bit. So that's probably why they are keeping this severe thunderstorm warning in effect, at least for the next half hour. But again, Garrett, I'm not seeing anything that's posing any threat with there is going to be a tornado. I think it honestly is just one of those afternoon, evening thunderstorms that picks up really quick, drops a lot of rain, and then slowly starts to die out from there. So very typical for this season, for sure.
Yeah, you talked about the lightning. I know that, is something that, like you said, has no bearing on whether or not it's a severe thunderstorm warning, but something that sometimes we see quite a bit of when it comes to these strong storms. And it looked like quite a few lightning bolts that we're seeing with this cell.
Yeah, for sure. And one thing that I do want to mention right here, the reason why we kind of take a look at a whole bunch of different radars, because again, we mentioned from the Jacksonville to this area where we're keeping an eye on this storm was about 90 miles. And we're also seeing, just to kind of take a look from this storm that also we can pick up and from our Melbourne radar, it's about 120 miles. So kind of taking a look at this storm from a couple of different angles. And that's also just a best way, good practice, just to make sure where everything is playing nicely and you're not seeing one thing over another. We do also have our very own radar in Bithla that gives us a little bit of a closer view. And again, not seeing anything that's signifying that there's the potential for any rotation, which is good. This storm over on the left does look like it's weakening. Good news right there. I am a little concerned about the storm on the right. You can see right here, just almost to the northeast of Ocala, almost directly east. It may have a little bit of hail. It's with that bright pink area right here, just over Silver Springs, may have the potential for a little bit of hail there. I think that's a hail core that's trying to form. Does look a lot more dramatic on our Melbourne radar. So maybe the potential for, I'd say, quarter is in the coin-sized hail. Taking a look over here just north of Silver Springs. So if it is safe and you do see hail falling out your window, try to take a picture of it. Again, if it's safe, for sure. Maybe try to even put a coin next to it so we can even verify the forecast of what we're looking at right here. But again, if you're just joining us, we are keeping an eye on this severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 3:30 p.m. Taking a look from our Jacksonville radar right there, seeing this mainly just due to winds. So that is really the big kicker out there right now. So taking a look again, just keeping an eye on our National Weather Service communications here. They're still going to be keeping this in effect for the next 10 minutes. And now I think more of the focus is kind of focused in on this right cell that's over here. But again, severe thunderstorm warning in effect for areas just north of Ocala, right along I-75. And they actually just condensed the severe thunderstorm warning. So to keep an update on this, still a severe thunderstorm warning in effect through 3:30 p.m., mainly just focusing in on the cell that's just to the east of Ocala. So to just track that super quick. Looks like it's moving almost directly north. So it's moving at about 9 miles per hour. So a very slow moving storm. And Garrett, this is something that we see especially a lot when we're talking about specifically these afternoon and evening storms. They sit over one region and they just rain themselves out. So this is why we could be seeing the potential for flash flooding as we take a look over the next couple of days. But looks like it's moving about 9 miles per hour directly north. It does look like there's the potential for some hail, and it does look like there's a little bit more of a hail core trying to form within this storm. You can kind of see this bright pink part of this storm. So with that, there could be at least, I would even say, yeah, a quarter is in the coin-sized hail. Falling right over, is this right by Silver Springs again? Yeah, right by Silver Springs, heading up towards Burbank. So just to the north of Silver Springs. Might be watching this area a little bit more closely for that. Haven't seen any spotters right in, but if you are in this area, definitely let us know. Send your photos or send any storm reports that you might have to my email, laurel.blanchard@fox.com or fox35stormteam@fox.com.
And let me hop in here for a second, because we also have that QR code that you see on your screen right now. If you are able to safely get some pictures of the hail that you're seeing, if you're able to safely get some video, of course, obviously we don't want you to put yourself in any sort of danger, go outside to do that if it's currently hailing where you are. But we are interested in seeing what you are seeing, and so just scan that QR code that you see on your screen right now. You can also go to fox35orlando.com/share and upload your photos and videos that way. Now, Laurel, what are we seeing here? I know you've been talking about the wind and those two kind of separate cells. Are they going to kind of are they heading in the same direction where they could kind of form into one, or are they gonna kind of maintain separate kind of marks there?
Great question. So we kind of are seeing these storms almost kind of come to a point, I'd say. It does look like one storm is really starting to fizzle out, so I'm not sure if we're going to be seeing these two come together, because again, look how just disorganized the system that was originally tracked. So about 21 minutes ago, this side of the storm was originally flagged as severe. Now it's totally starting to fizzle out, and this is what we see all the time in the summer. We see boundaries collide. We see a storm really pick up in strength, drop a lot of rain, produce a lot of lightning, produce some hail, and then it fizzles out pretty quickly as well. So what we're seeing here right now is kind of that. So it looks like this storm is going to be moving up ever so slightly to the northeast, but then it also looks like this storm over here does look like it's kind of slowly working its way northward as well. So normally what we see with thunderstorms is if they also produce these little boundaries as well. And I'm not seeing it on the radar. I wish there was a good example of it right now. I'm not even seeing the sea breezes kind of collide yet. But usually, and something that I'm kind of watching for right now, and this kind of answers your question a little bit more, Garrett, is something that I'm watching for specifically is that I'm drawing on this right now so you can kind of see what I'm looking for. But here, when we see a thunderstorm, especially kind of upwards of this strength that we see here, sometimes we see these little green lines coming out from the storm, and they kind of just look like little ripples. So something that could happen is that this storm could re-influence this thunderstorm that kind of already fizzled out over here with these little boundaries. And again, these little boundaries provide just that little bit of lift that help kind of generate new thunderstorms. And this is what's really going to be a little bit more of a closer to home problem here in Orlando as we take a look a little bit later on, because that's what we're going to be seeing, especially across Volusia County all the way down till probably Cape Canaveral, Cocoa Beach, at least till probably 11:30 at night. So we're going to be seeing a good amount of storms, especially in that area a little bit later on this evening. But it does look like this storm is kind of producing, or could be producing, a little bit of hail. If it's not hail, it's a lot of heavy rain. So let's kind of check that out first to see. It doesn't look like Melbourne radar is picking up any hail, but let's give a check to the Jacksonville radar. Doesn't look like there's any hail either. So sometimes, especially when because we have a lot of tropical moisture over the atmosphere right now, especially here in Central Florida, sometimes the radar picks up the fat, heavy raindrops as hail sometimes. So you got to kind of check all your sources to kind of make sure everything looks good. So to check again on our Jacksonville radar, it does still look like there's something happening within the storm. Not exactly sure. So I'm going to kind of go back to a trick.
A lot of lightning.
A lot of lightning. So usually when we see a lot of lightning, especially with that, there is the potential for this storm strengthening, or something is happening within the storm, whether that is it's continuing to rise higher up in the atmosphere, it's trying to produce hail. It's not in this case, but usually we see this when it's one of the clues or one of the hints that this storm could possibly be rotating as well. But to take the lightning off, because I know it can get pretty distracting, with that in particular, to kind of check our bases again, I'm not seeing any rotation at all, or anything that would be concerned with rotation, because even though I am seeing just this little bit, usually when we're talking about rotation within a storm, we're watching for the red and the green together. This isn't the case, because if I do switch back over to our reflectivity, it's in an area of high reflectivity. If this was in an area of green, I'd be a lot more concerned, but this not so much. So this is mainly a wind and possibility of some hail event. So as we do even take a look back at the wind, it does even look like the wind is still starting to pick up, because here you can see a couple of those bright spots. 28-mile-per-hour winds, roughly with every mile you add like a half a mile per hour. So we're probably upwards, getting close to up to 60-mile-per-hour winds with this storm. And it looks like we have about 5 minutes left in this severe thunderstorm warning. Nothing said from National Weather Service as of now that they are going to either continue or let this storm go. Usually what we see with, especially National Weather Service of Jacksonville, because that's kind of what we're looking at here. So if you didn't know, especially if you're in Marion County, if I can click on the right thing, there we go. Yeah. Especially if you're in Marion County and Alachua County, there's a couple of different National Weather Services that kind of look over Central Florida, and the cutoff is, right here. So taking a look, Volusia County all the way over to Marion County, Sumter County, there we go, and this way. So it looks like areas from Gainesville, Ocala, you're going to be looking at the National Weather Service of Jacksonville to kind of give out those severe warnings. Anywhere Volusia County, Seminole County, Orange County, Lake County, Brevard County, Osceola County, you're under the Melbourne designation of the National Weather Service. So we have Jacksonville, Melbourne, parts of Tallahassee even cover areas across our very swing counties. So Dixie, Gilchrist counties, even down towards Levy County. And then areas especially Sumter County and westward, you're under Tampa. So we kind of have to look at a couple of different weather services in order to see the full picture of what's happening. But Garrett, I'm already seeing some pretty good signs. Remember how just a couple minutes ago there was a lot of pink in this area? That's we're not really seeing as much of that now. And a little bit of the trick of the trade for you. Lightning count can really tell you a lot about what's happening within a storm. Whether if you're seeing that lightning count go up, there's probably this storm trying to increase in intensity, the winds are picking up, there's possibly the potential for some hail. When we see the lightning count slowly start to go down, usually means the storm is starting to weaken, but usually we see a spike upwards in lightning before a storm does start to weaken. So we have about 3 minutes left in this severe thunderstorm warning, in effect again until 3:30 p.m., especially if you're in the Silver Springs area. And it does not look like, as of now, they are going to extend it, but let me check one more.
And Laurel, this is just our normal kind of summer pattern that we're seeing here, just your normal afternoon storms that can pop up and quickly die. This isn't any advanced thing from the remnants of Arthur moving across the Gulf, pushing anything our way or anything like that?
Yeah, no, not in this case. This is just the sea breezes kind of picking up some of that tropical moisture from Arthur, and I'm kind of glad you brought that up, some of that moisture is working its way down into central Florida, but nowhere near as prominent of what we're seeing currently in areas across the Gulf Coast. So right now, New Orleans all the way up to Atlanta is totally getting slammed by the remnants of Arthur. And you can see kind of some of those showers are working their way up into Columbia, South Carolina. And we are seeing a little bit of that tropical moisture. And some of that is the reason why we are seeing more widespread storms later on today and later on tomorrow. Some of that tropical moisture that's just in the atmosphere is working its way down here across our neck of the woods, but it's not the sole reason. So it's part of the reason, but not the entire reason. We are still seeing our sea breezes collide. That's what's really going to fire up some storms later on tonight, but that's something that we're just going to be keeping tabs on. And it does look like this severe thunderstorm